It's episode 303 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is we don't know, live from Not the National.
Oh, man.
That is
Not
correct.
the National. I have had a great Not National. I'm going to have a
I always have a great Not National, Dan. That is why the Not National is a tradition unlike any other.
I've had a good one. I'll have a video coming out tomorrow with all my great pickups from the Not National.
Exactly. Like, so I'm saying, like, people need to embrace this, accept it into their souls. I did watch some videos. We'll talk about it. I did watch some videos, and actually, some good stuff. I will show. I'll probably grab a couple of snippets here and play them for you. The whole point of the Not National coverage, most of the folks that are regulars, they already know this. But for the uninitiated, it's one of my great joys, a celebration of I'm not leaving my goddamn house. Not for this shit. Maybe if you send me a sack of money, maybe I'd think about it. But otherwise, hell's no. I'll pass.
I like sacks of money.
Listen, Eric, for enough money, we can have a conversation. That's all I'm saying.
I like money.
Zach says, had an overwhelming urge to go to a card show this weekend. Was willing to fly anywhere in the country. Couldn't find one decent show anywhere. Fact, Zach.
Oh, that's sad. Not one.
I know. You think, Dan, with all these card shows, there'd be one decent card show this weekend? One.
I don't know where there was a carnival. There was a carnival that had some card tables at it.
We prefer, Dan, to call it Carnival.
I did see one thing online where, like, it seems like a few 100,000 people just like stood in line outside in the heat.
Yeah, I saw that too. That was a little weird.
Yep. We'll talk about that. That'll be part of our coverage. Don't worry.
And then they got in. Then they got inside, and they waited on another line that wrapped all the way around inside. So they waited on two really long lines. So that seems like a lot of fun.
It was all that, Dan, is part of the hilarity of this. It's like, boy, are you guys selling this? Here's a big old crowd of idiots who are standing outside. It's like Eric, I already don't stand in lines, number one, and I don't even show up early. So you think I'm dealing with that bullshit? And then I pay for the privilege to deal with that bullshit? Hell no.
and then you wait on that line of PSA for like hours, wrapped all the way around inside. And then they call off the service.
Well, Dan, if I wanted to wait in line for now, I don't know if you saw any of the vlogs, Eric. I've watched some of the vlogs already. If you wanted to stand in line at PSA, now, Eric, if you want me to get anything graded for you at PSA, the line is actually just outside of my house. So if you want, I can get somebody in line for you.
Okay. And
maybe they will get you in Chicago by 2027.
Yeah. Is there like a neighborhood kid who wants to make $10 and stand in?
Yeah, that might be the play. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw, Dan. I was gonna vlog from here. I was gonna open my door and vlog the people in line for the PSA in front of my house. Yeah. So they're actually here. The line got all the way here. They stopped snaking it, Dan. They decided to just go in a straight line.
But even if you get to the front and they take your cards, they then canceled like most of those as on-site grading and told the people they'll be getting the cards in a few weeks.
Yeah. Now let's say this, Dan, though, to some credit. Let's give some credit where it's due. By the way, hello, Carl. And I'll read some of the rest of the comments, some good ones. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Hit the like button. Eric pays for it. I will say, in our spirit of credit, we must give some credit where it is due. Neo did say correctly that the $230 or whatever was too low.
Yeah.
And it is playing out. That this checks out. That was too low, because if you got a lineup that is coming all the way, around the block and down the street and whatever, it's like, clearly, Eric, that is not enough money to deter people.
Clearly not.
They should have said $500.
And I just want to make a quick repoint. We are obviously doing very financially well in this country.
Some people are.
Because to have these lines at $230 a card and lines that are a mile or more long outside waiting to get in so you can spend more money. I just remember, and this is for a hobby. Okay, this wasn't a bread line, people. This is
wait, I didn't know it's not the bread line. The two might have gotten confused. They might have gotten linked up. Somebody go, Eric, imagine the person that makes it to the front line of PSA. He's like, finally, can I have 2 loaves? Like, no, sir, this is not the bread line.
Yeah. Please, sir, may I have another?
Just saying. They're not there.
Yeah, I mean, we are obviously in good shape financially in North America, especially because
Especially Eric. That's why he's so generous with the like button.
Just because it doesn't make sense. Think about the amount of money that's being moved there every day. Just the cost to get in, right? The cost to travel there, the cost to eat, the cost to stay. You haven't got in the building yet. Now you have to pay admission. Still haven't bought a card. You're already thousands of dollars in.
Yeah.
Thousands of dollars in. You have not bought a card yet. You now.
Why do you think I had such a good not national?
Yeah, you were.
I didn't spend thousands of dollars.
Before you get in front of the very first table, you were thousands of dollars in. Now it's okay. Let's buy cards. Well, you're at the National. It is the most expensive card show in the world. There are, I would guess, I could be wrong, having never been. There are very few dollar bins, but there are a lot of $80,000 cards available.
As it should be, Eric. Come on.
And
if you're not buying $80,000 cards, are you even hobbying?
And those cards are moving.
Yeah. All right, real quick. Pause for 1 second. Let me read a couple comments. I'll get caught up because there's some good ones. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Let me read some comments and I'll get caught up here. E105 says, good evening. How long before Fanatic script or fan cash is the only valid currency? Yes. Soon. Sports Guru, hello. Paul, when my laptop stops being a POS, you can get the national coverage. We'll work on it, Paul. Do what you need to do. Hobby Champs says, hello, jabronis, and Carlos and Dan. Thank you. Thank you, Hobby Champs. Appreciate you. Good evening, Laura. Can't wait to hear the national recap, Carlos. Listen, I'm on it. I'm on it right now. I went to my mailbox, and let me tell Eric, and there were cards there. I found cards.
You found cards?
They were in the mailbox. Yeah, they came to me. It's true. Oh, yeah. Haven't even made the video yet, but see? Ooh.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yes. So there you go.
I have a hockey card I can show.
Yeah. We'll get to that here in a second. But yes,
see?
National recap. Jeff, good evening. One YouTuber I said, I think the national admission line was a mile long outside. Yeah. We saw some images and some vlogs in it. Yes. There's a lot going on there.
Other than I'm starving and it's a bread line, I will not. There's nothing in this world to make me stand in line that's a mile long.
What about chocolate sticks?
There was one thing in this world that would make me stand in the line that's a mile long.
Just saying. Chocolate sticks. Throw it out there. Hockey says, Carlos, with the National being so busy and having so many people, how often can they conceivably find a bigger venue? Never. You will all be sardines and like it.
Yeah. What
it's wherever they get the best deal on the venue.
Okay,
if they get a good deal, the National will not spend top dollars to get the biggest possible venue. They will find a big enough venue that gives them a decent deal.
Either maybe you two already know this, but the chat can look it up and throw it in here real quick because they're a bunch of smarties. What is the biggest convention center in the United States of America?
I think we actually Googled that at one point. There's a couple of million plus square foot facilities. They're not cheap. There's a couple.
I want to know who has the largest convention center that this could be held at in the United States. And if it's
you know what's funny?
Or Hawaii, don't tell me.
You know what's funny? According to the Google, the biggest one would actually be McCormick Place also in Chicago.
Yeah, the big one downtown.
Yeah, this is McCormick Place. This is not the Donald Stevens. This is the McCormick Place in actual Chicago proper. 2.6 million square feet, which would be plenty. That's like 4 times bigger than Donald E. Stevens, approximately.
There is a 1 million square foot convention center in Pittsburgh. I think I've actually said that before on this very show.
Yeah. There's a couple. So just if I just use the list here that the Google gives me, the McCormick Place is obviously the top one. In Orlando, Florida, the Orange County Convention Center apparently is 2.1 million square feet, which is gigantic. The Las Vegas Convention Center, 2.5 million square feet. The Georgia World Congress Center, 1.5 million. Anaheim Convention Center, 1.8 million. Kentucky Exposition Center in Louisville, Kentucky, 1.2 million. And New Orleans Ernest N. Morrill Convention Center, 1.1 million. And that's ones that are comfortably above $1 million. let alone ones that get close to $1 million. That would probably still be more than enough.
So there is plenty.
If they wanted to do it, yes. If they were so inclined, yes. But no, but to be clear, Eric, they're not cheap.
No.
They're not giving you a sweetheart deal. They're like, we'll rent you the space, but you're going to do it on the schedule that we have available, because if somebody else has already bought time, they're going to have it already. And because if they multi-year contracts, if they've already got for conventions, they're going to get priority over you. And so you're going to have to do it when they're on their schedule. And then also at the same time, you're going to have to play along with whatever union situation they've got going on, whatever workers situation they're got. They will dictate terms to you, and then you will pay the bill. Have a chance to you guys live from the National? Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is just green screen as a camouflage. We don't want people to know too much.
The truck just pulled up to the Chicago Convention Center just a little while ago. I'm sitting out front. Come by and say hi.
Indeed. Laura says, and then when this PSA says, nope, for the love of us, we're done today and maybe tomorrow too, maybe. Paul says, let's be honest, Eric, a lot of this high-end stuff is being subbed as business. That's what Eric does. People can't afford their rent, utilities, or groceries, but they'll splurge to the National. Hashtag hobby first. Facts.
You're not wrong. I see it every day.
What's the point of going to a place like that to stand in line? People love to stand in line and pay for the privilege.
Yeah, that's why people just love Disney World, because standing in the line in the heat, just the best thing ever.
1,500 plus plane tickets, 600 plus hotel, buy 2 cards, 10,000, priceless. That's right, Timeless.
That's
good evening.
Exactly what is happening.
Sven says, good evening, everyone. Glad to hear, and not Chicago. Indeed. Turkey cards. I thought it was a cheeseburger line. I also appreciate you using 87 tops in your avatar. Bonus points to you, sir. Sheer craziness, indeed.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there are, Paul, I think there's a couple. Isn't it like the there's one specific vendor that I know specializes in these bargain boxes. It's like Singles Club, I think it's called. Somebody can correct me on that. I think it's called Singles Club, and I think they literally bring like stacks and stacks and stacks of like 5,000 count boxes, and like that's what they do. And people will go in, they'll maraud, and there's just so much stuff. A lot of it. I understand how show suddenly makes people open their wallets when you can buy online all year, maybe. Dean says, just curious how much it costs to go from Monday to Sunday last see the show. A couple folks can answer in the chat. There's a lot. What about Regine hot tub photo ops? Eric? Stand in line.
2 things that would make me stand in line for a mile.
How's it going, Paul? All right, no audio. No audio, Paul. I don't know if you can hear us there. I know. We should send Eric at Sports World.
Well, that's not true. We have actually 2 representatives on the floor, but we do not have a table. But we have 2 representatives. They have made, if you go to the Instagram account, 2 very, very large cards have been purchased. One has a price tag on it. It's a $17,000 Derek Jeter autograph patch card. And then another one is a combo Michael Jordan, LeBron James auto, dual auto.
Sure.
And that's in a PSA 9, and the Jeter is a PSA 10. So Sports World is there representing.
There you go. Mad City Brew, good evening. I heard the new Cool World of the National sticker when asking about a card and paying full price. When asking about a card and paying full price, sticker price, yes. Sven says, if you're not at the National, are you even a true YouTube star? Alas.
Nope.
Don't want to be.
Alas. I would never visit Eric in a van. What if the van said free? What if the van said free candy on the outside of it?
Yeah, you would.
I guess Eric's favorite movie isn't Standing in Line, the movie. Happy Not National. Thank you. Appreciate you. 54321 boxes all day, $5. Yeah. No, like they, if you have it, like there are certain shows. Normally you say, oh, you want with smaller shows. Smaller shows, these bargain boxes can definitely do well. But if you've got so much stuff that you have people constantly there, I could see you making your money, people will be like, oh, well, but how are you going to make your money, $2, $3 at a time? If somebody comes in and buys like $150 worth of cards, another person buys $60 worth of cards, and it can add up but you're going to have to do volume. Now, these guys have volume, so clearly they're able to do it that way. It's not easy, but it is possible.
Also,
all right, Paul, let's see. Let's give it a try. Nope, your mouth's moving and not a sound's coming out.
Also,
work in progress. I'll take Paul off for now. Work in progress on that one.
Guys, with the many, 5,000 count boxes, sometimes people will walk up, hand them a whole bunch of cash, take the boxes, empty the whole table, and the guy's standing there going, well, I guess that's the end. That's the end of working here at the expo.
Yeah. All right, Paul, we're switched over to phone mode. How's it going?
Well, it's going fine. So, no, that kind of sucks, but all right, it is what it is. But no, it's interesting over here. Like the last thing I heard was the singles club stuff. They're actually not really selling singles, which is odd. It's a whole bunch of like $5 slabs and singles, and it's not what it was.
That's usually, yeah. I wonder if maybe they went through so much of the stuff already that maybe they don't have as much volume as they usually do. But I remember them. They're a name that I remember people talking about them and all those boxes, and people would come and grab a ton of stuff.
Like they have a lot more value bins just at the show than what I was expecting, just as an overall statement. Mm-hmm. The lines are a pain in the ass. If you come in from the north, you're screwed. If you don't have early access, you're screwed. Let me think here. There's a lot of grail items there. Mm-hmm. But if you're just looking for the common everyday stuff, they're actually having basically trade night all day in the ballroom that they hold the trade night in. You just have to have a pass, and they're pretty much, it's becoming a trade night. Basically between about 8 a.m. and 5:30 before they kick everyone out.
Yep.
That's where a bunch of the guys who are flipping your stock standard ultra modern stuff are. I've seen a lot of collectors be like, hey, I hit some really fun stuff, myself included. I went broke within the first hour on the trade floor, basically. Mm-hmm. I was going to say, what else?
I've been known to do that too, Paul, at the expo, because we're able to get in there Thursday, before it's open to the public. And I already have a stack of cards. All my money's gone, and it's literally has not officially even started yet, and it's all gone.
It's always fun when you can complete your Reggie Lemelin leaf collection, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bonus. It's a very special thing.
Yeah,
and the dealers love it too. They're like, I never thought I would make $1 on this. Eric's like, I need it. $50. Done. Take my money.
Paul,
there's
are you
a couple
within
guys
walking
in
distance?
there that got absolutely screwed by the setup, though.
Paul, are you within walking distance of the?
I'm not going to say who, but if you're by a corporate spot,
I don't know if he can hear.
You got screwed.
Hey, Paul, are you able to hear Dan? He just asked a question for you.
Are you within walking distance? No,
I can't hear him. Sorry.
Okay. So don't worry, I'll take care of it. As long as you can hear me. So I'll tell you this. And by the way, I don't know what it is with StreamYard lately, Dan. I've actually watched a bunch of lives where there'll be a thing where somebody will be on a phone or whatever. They'll only be able to hear a handful of people. It's weird. But anyway,
that happened to me at Strongsville last year. I couldn't hear Ham, but I could hear everybody else.
I'm wondering if there's some weirdness. But anyway, so Paul, the question was, are you within walking distance of the convention center?
It's close, but no.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're a little outside of that. Now, a question for you. Obviously, I knew that it was going to be crazy. Like, we anticipated this. No, there hasn't been like a surprise from the standpoint. Obviously, Neo and some other folks have taken the pictures of the long lines and all that stuff and everything. But I'm not shocked. Like, it's become a running joke. We talk about like people complain about all these things, but at the same time, they keep showing up, and then more people show up and more. At this point, I'm going to be disappointed if a bunch of entrepreneurial people aren't making a bunch of sideshows by the next national. There should be like 3 or 4 sideshows for niche categories. There's totally no justification for it at this point.
There was a soccer one last year.
Right.
If they don't smash the attendance record by a 4th to a 3rd, I'd be floored. It
Mhm.
is absolutely wild in the streets. The upstairs that everyone's like, hey, this is 2 rows and you can't get in them, like you can't walk up them. They actually made it somewhat appropriate between the aisles.
Mhm.
Half of the upstairs is full and you can hardly walk between. That is completely full, all while
Mhm.
at the same time there's like a 24/7 trade night in the, I don't even know who sponsors it, the Ludex Lounge, or I know they're one of them,
Yeah,
but there's
I think Ludex is the lounge. Yeah,
there's
Ludex is lounge.
there's it's not just them. There's a bunch of them. Like I think eBay sponsors it. But that's basically a trade night all day, all while the upper floor is full. The lobby was your like, hey, you can kind of find a spot here to just sit down and relax and have a drink and eat your snacks.
Hmm.
I like snacks.
That's like half full. Everything when you walk in and on the right there, aisles are all full 24/7. That area straight behind it, when you walk in and keep walking straight, that's all full. Even even like the OG vintage section, nuts. There is not a reprieve. If you do not have a game plan, you're screwed.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. I'll play off of that. And what I'll do, Eric, is if you got any questions, just funnel them through me, and we'll go back and forth.
No, I think.
Uh,
Can you hear
I
me?
can,
Yeah.
I can. Unfortunately, yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
See, I knew he could hear me.
so then
Sadly.
you're doing what I do, selective hearing. So let me ask this question though, Paul. Obviously, we talk about it every year, but from what you're describing, and obviously what I've seen from some of the vlogs, again, I ask this question every year, but I'll ask it again. Are we approaching, like, if you're there during the busiest points, and because tomorrow Saturday and then Friday was super busy, has it reached a level of uncomfortability? Like, unless you're going like during the dead zones, which still won't be dead compared to what it was in the past, but unless you're going really early, super late, or trying to find those little pockets where there's less volume, is it just uncomfortable to maneuver around?
Well, super late doesn't really help you because all the guys who are going to be there between 5 and 6, they can just funnel over to the trade night.
Mhm.
And that's where the line starts, and that's in the upper floor. So a lot of the guys who like are going to be late, they're actually early for trade night. They'll show up, get their wristband at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, hang out upstairs, and then once they open up the trade night line, like 4 o'clock ish, 5 o'clock ish, and then they start the trade night. They're just already in there, and they're just not good for a couple hours.
Mhm.
So late doesn't really help you. Obviously, early helps because not everyone's got the early access.
Yeah.
Thank you to person. I will leave them, nameless, but you guys probably know who it is. Thank you, sir. I do appreciate that. Yeah, early is the only time. Otherwise, you're completely screwed.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering, is that, so Dan, if you got any questions, so it looks like you're the only one where the audio doesn't come through to Paul, but I can always funnel the question over. But what I was asking was the question that we always ask, was if it's gotten to the point of just uncomfortability, because you can do, I know they increased the amount of space upstairs, but the aisles were still too narrow. Like, they still haven't completely fixed that problem. They use more of the space, but still not enough, clearly, to make it more comfortable with the aisles. But the thing is, I don't care how big a show is, how many dealers you've got or whatever. That's just my stance. And again, I joke about, I'm perma banned from Nashville. I just don't want to go. And every year that's gone by has sold me less and less on this show, because now it's like, I can get most of the cards that I want in other venues. Yeah, hanging out with people would be cool, but the price point is prohibitive. And at the same time, I'm not interested. I do want the card show to be part of that. The vacation portion of it, I'll get to that with Paul in a minute. I'll read a couple of comments as well, because I know Paul went to attend his concert. He's taking advantage of some of the stuff outside of it, which is what you should be doing. My opinion, you should be doing, because to me, it's a vacation. If you're going to pony up the cash to get out there, you should take advantage of some of the other stuff. That's my opinion. But I also want the card show too, Dan. So that's kind of my point. And then if the card show is such a pain in the ass that now it's actually uncomfortable to the point of, like, look, I wouldn't mind shoving a bunch of people, but people apparently frown upon that. Apparently, I'm not allowed to launch kids into the fourth row. Like, Dan, if they just let me body check these kids, then we clear the space in 5 minutes. Done.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll
is
put
Paul,
it like this.
like if he can't
Just one
walk,
second,
is he
Paul.
dealing with traffic?
That is true. Exactly. It's facts. So go ahead, Paul.
If you're, it kind of depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for ultra modern stuff, you're going to find it hard on the upper floor to just walk around. If you're going to hit the trade night, you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for MJ's everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
Otani's kind of everywhere. If you're looking
Yep.
for a specific Otani,
Yep.
it's going to be a pain in the ass because there's going to be so many folks that are like, hey, I want this in my case, whether I want it or whether I want to flip it.
Mhm.
If you're looking for like specific, there's a lot of PMGs and credentials, rubies and stuff, but obviously finding any specific one, yeah, good luck. If you're looking for vintage, it's actually you are saved a hell of a lot of hassle because it is 1/3 as much of a pain. The pain in the ass factor becomes a 3 versus an 8 or a 9,
Mhm.
if that makes sense. It's just there's not as many people in that OG vintage section.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Let me read a couple of comments here. We'll get caught up. Casman says, it's funny how the VIP means you get early, but the dealers have already done a ton of business with each other. So it's VIP for second dibs and higher price. Now, I will say this, Casman, I don't know if you've listened before. We've talked about this. This was always the case. It's just more obvious today. Like, a lot of the deal, like the Card Collector 2 of the worlds will actually show you them doing deals before the doors have actually opened, as opposed to 20 years ago, dealers were always dealing with each other. Oftentimes, back in the day, you were the third buyer of the card or the fourth buyer of the card during that show. And that happens all the time. And now at the expo, they allow creepy people to wander around and maraud.
It used to be a secret, that the dealers were dealing amongst themselves. Now it's right out.
But it was part of the perk of being a dealer is while you're doing setup, like let's say you've got a bunch of staff, they can be setting up the different display cases and all that. There can be a couple of people from that dealer walking around going, all right, so let's see what we can find. The repacker guys will be walking around. If they've got a booth, the repacker guys have a booth. They're walking around early. The best time is when you're not dealing with the crowds, when you have a little bit of room to talk without having to yell over people and all those. That is the best time. And then if they buy that and then resell those things after the fact, you're the third or fourth person during that show. It hasn't even left the building and it's sold 3 times.
Well, the dealers know what they're looking for in terms of like they know what the prices are of certain items. And if another dealer or an inexperienced dealer puts a low price on it, those guys are like sharks, in water, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen this, where it happens.
Chance is correct. It says, I heard all of Eric's local donut shops are switching to only chocolate sticks with mayo filling. Yes, it's true. Jeff, Card Journey. Good evening. I'm local and was there on Wednesday and went upstairs. Didn't even try to walk down the aisles. That's fair, Jeff. I hear you. Pastor Craig here. Good evening. Glad I sat this national out. I get frustrated and exhausted dealing with the crowd. Yep. If you're not into like big crowds, especially as the show is now getting busier and it's moving to the busier time of it probably wouldn't be super comfortable. Hammer 44 says, I'm with you, Pastor Craig. I'm glad I set this one out. That's fair. It's my third and final national. Robert says, good evening. Crowds took the fun out of it. I can get better deals on eBay and auction houses. So I think that'll be a decision that some folks will have to make. I understand. Thank you for your feedback. I said maybe the new metric is how crowded and uncomfortable the shows are. So Dan, that's the reason I asked the question. I just posed the question because I said how comfortable it is to maneuver around. Like obviously most people aren't thinking about that, but to me that's part of the equation because like I'm at the point. One second, Eric. I'm at the point collecting wise where I still have projects I'm working on. I still got things I want to get, but I don't need anything anymore. There was a time where there was like, I really was very eager to grab a bunch of stuff and add it to my collection and everything. I still will see, oh, that's really cool. I would like to have that. That's the feeling I have now most of the time. Well, Dan, that's really cool. I would like to have that is not quite the urgency, which means I'm not going to go out of my way. I will make deals with people. I'll still get cards and add them to collection, but if it's not as urgent, doesn't feel as urgent to me, then I'm not gonna make myself uncomfortable for cardboard. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So that's
Eric?
I think that's factor. Go ahead,
Eric,
Paul.
you want to?
Yeah,
say
if I
something?
wasn't in this for $40 a night on the hotel, splitting it with someone else, the parking at $20 is stupid, but I pay it. I mean, if I wasn't into it for like $60 a day, yeesh. I mean, it is harsh. It's harsh out there in the streets.
All right, 1 second. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Eric. You were gonna say.
So, Paul, I'm being serious. So I like a serious answer. This,
We'll try.
the two most important things at going to a major show like this, and I'm being serious, really are. And we had issues in the past, so I'm asking you for your opinion. What's the temperature in the room? Is it hot? Is it freezing cold? Is the temperature just right, like Goldilocks? Or, because a couple of years ago the air conditioner busted, everyone was sweating to death and everyone stunk. And on the second part is, what's the bathroom situation? That was an issue in the past also.
Well, it actually wasn't the AC that crapped out. It was the dehumidifier. So they couldn't get all that air out, but that's a different story. The ACs are working fine, but there is so much body heat in there that the ACs, even at 100%, it's not hot, but by any means, but it's like a constant just, this could be 5 degrees cooler. If you hang out in the vintage section, there's not as many humans walking around, so it's more comfortable. If you're upstairs, well, heat rises, and that's not as comfortable.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
sure.
and the bathroom situation is completely fine. If you can't find a bathroom where you're waiting more than a minute, you sorry about your luck.
Yeah.
That's
Well, I'm
fair.
glad to hear those things, because it was a year, maybe 2 years ago, where really the whole show was ruined because of the ACs not working and not enough bathrooms for all these people.
No, that's 2 different years. Cleveland was the one without the bathrooms. Chicago with the air conditioning was 2023, where the air conditioning went sour on them. So but it's an ongoing problem. Last year, I realized that in Chicago, bathrooms are never going to be a problem. There's just too many of them. I never waited once, so it's not an issue.
Sounds fair.
It's good.
So quickly, I'll read a couple of comments. I'll get caught up here. Junk here says, Eric just as a Len Potty attended shows. Indeed. Len Potty was right about you, Eric. Black Box says, I just need a little chuckle after you said you didn't want to go to the National.
Yeah, I was kind of waiting for the same thing, so I am completely.
Eric, I don't like to telegraph myself too hard. Listen, Black Box, we're not here to play your tune. We're not going to randomly
The simple truth is, I don't want to.
You're welcome. We'll get to this one. So answer this one, Paul, and then I'm going to read the rest of the comments after you answer. How are the Smashing Pumpkins for you?
So our local source gave us a parking spot that or a garage that doesn't exist. And that was fun. Panicking at the last minute. As far as the show itself, they played for 2 hours without an opener in a small venue. It was as awesome as you can ever imagine.
Can you ask them if they had special guests?
I'm sorry.
So Dan says, were there any special guests?
Well, Flavor Flav was on the side, but we couldn't see him. There was somebody came on and sung a song I was unfamiliar with towards the end.
You know that was?
But
that was Greg Brady, the actor who played Greg Brady.
There was only really
that was Barry Williams.
Yes,
he
came out and did like a Brady Bunch song.
In the
I
middle
swear to God, it's on the internet.
Okay, so he's saying it's Greg Brady, apparently.
That sounds right. And then they had their old bass player show up for one song as well.
Oh, the lady, Gretzky, or no?
The one with like the one with like 3 last names, or Daily Armis, or I don't remember.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. I just remember the one that had a ton of drug problems that just kind of vanished. I want to say Gretzky or something like that.
Yeah, the RC Retsky. It was not her.
Yeah, yeah. And I wouldn't have thought so. Like, it would have surprised me. I don't think she.
Yeah.
I don't think she'd be in any condition to do it at this point. She's been out of the public eye for a long time. So I'll read a couple of comments here when we get caught up. When it comes to the trading floor, when it becomes like the trading floor of the stock exchange, I'm out. That's fair.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson says, having seen all the show videos and posts from the National, I'm happy to say I've taken a step back from the hobby for the most part. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's interesting, Dan, and this will become a reoccurring theme here. Obviously, like from the outside looking in, it's like that's why I kind of laughed when we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. I don't think they need any more I don't think they need media. I don't think they need to be handing out any media passes because clearly they're having no trouble. In fact, they probably have too many people. In reality,
Right.
they'd be like, please, space yourselves out, get out of the way. We don't need to advertise sending more of you here. It's already a lot. Jay Hawker here says, the more I watch videos of the national floor, the more convinced I am I'll stick with Strongsville. Yeah, some people are really appreciating the regional options.
Yeah.
I'd rather sit naked on a cactus than deal with the noise, the weight, and the corporate takeover. That could be a tagline, Eric. I'd rather sit naked on a cactus.
Maybe that Eric could do like sitting naked on a cactus to like get into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. Would that work?
I think at that point we'd waive the period. We'd waive the voting period.
I don't want to be in the.
We'll just let him in.
No interest.
JW Flocker. Here's JW Flocker says the National Food Line vibe. Last comp on this hot dog was 18. I'm doing you a favor, 25 cash. I want to see that. Food rationing and food upselling. That's the next logical step at the National. Josh says, good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. I will catch up later. Go ahead, Eric.
No, he's not there to hear it. He's obviously he was a quick hi and goodbye, so he doesn't get one right now.
Wow, scandalous. Dan, do you see a vintage collecting world in the future, including more specialized nights and events like you guys did at the Bleacher? Large shows all packed and increasingly uncomfortable. So kind of going back to what we were discussing about.
Yeah, I'm going to, since Paul's here as our guest, I'm not going to spend much time on this, but I think the answer to this is regional shows. The little thing we did at Bleacher Trading is cool and fun and stuff, but I don't see that as like a long-term solution. I think it's really more about the regional shows like Mike just talked about with the, Strongsville or Philly or Shriners or any one of those. So back to Paul.
Mm-hmm. All right. Brendan Ride says, sounds like a new marketing tactic to encourage people to not attend. That might be the way. Robert here says, the paid protest by Fanatics was as fun as you'd imagine. No one is protesting fees compared to being paid in Fanatics store credit. Yeah, I did hear about this. The last portion of it. I'm not sure about the protest thing. But obviously, they had the thing with Michael Rubin was they're pitching the idea that if you sell on Fanatics Collect, they'll waive the fees if you take fan cash.
There was a fake protest. Fanatics was handing out placards on the line, and people were holding it up and said, "Fanatics, no fees," or something like that. It was kind of just a promotion that they have no fees for something. I'm not sure what they have no fees for, but Keith has video of that on one of his latest videos. I think maybe his day 2.
Yeah. Well, look, at this point, they're trying.
It's not a real protest. It was not a real protest.
Yeah, it's an advertising thing. Like, to be honest, Dan, this does not offend me. Like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's, at this point, they all got to come up with gimmicks to try to sell different things in there. And
right.
But I do think, though, like I said, with this show becoming so busy, to me, it's almost like you are basically forcing people to get creative with it. I just don't think the destination show side of it is necessarily making sense in the long run for a lot of regular collectors. I think some of those other options are required. I think you really have to seriously consider going like, just use some of the other options. Like basically these regional shows. Again, it depends on what you're looking for. So some dealers are really going to bring their A stuff to the National. Some of them are more enticed to do that. That makes sense for them. I get that. But there's just so much stuff, Dan, that you can find at regular shows, or that some dealers are not going to wait to the National. Like, if I can make my money now, why would I wait for the National for that if I can already sell the thing and make my profit?
Yeah.
So you go to the show, the things are, forget about the dealer selling beforehand. The dealer sold it 2 weeks ago because somebody on eBay offered them what they wanted and they sold it. There's no reason to hold on to it for no reason. That's just.
I haven't really gotten it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good. Mad City says, are people really selling or reselling VIP Pass for 2000? I can't speak to that. I know people were reselling it. I just can't speak to the numbers. That part I don't know. But I know there was definitely reselling going on for some of those. Casman says, first question that came to mind was seeing the video of the crowds upstairs to the National. Does Rosemont actually have a fire marshal? So that's a valid point.
They probably have a very wealthy fire marshal, if you know what I'm saying.
There you go.
I'm just going to slide this to the other end of the table, and I'm going to keep adding piles until you say when. They're on top of each other. They're literally piled on top of each other. It's fine. Yeah, I heard that as well, indeed. Yeah, so it's fine.
So what I haven't really heard that much of is are the stickers really outrageous, and are people actually paying more than they would have otherwise just because the stickers are outrageous and people won't negotiate? Or are people getting decent deals? I don't know, because people aren't really reporting on that. Of course, I haven't watched all the videos. Yeah. I watched all of Ham's stuff, and Ham's stuff is fun because he goes and does all the free stuff. And I watch Keith's stuff because Keith's videos are all funny. I've watched Rick. I've watched Neo. I've watched Mangini. A couple other guys. But nobody's really talked about whether deals can be had. So I heard
a few people mention it briefly. So like a couple of people did vlogs where they did touch on it briefly. I think it is very much dependent on what it is you're going for. One thing that I heard consistently for the vlog, and I watched a lot of vlogs actually. I was catching up on them. Thank you, YouTube Premium, for the 3X. Big fan. Big fan. No, I need to zip through that stuff super quick. Like it was driving me nuts. But there were a lot of people that would put very aggressive stickers on it. So with the idea that if you talk them down from it, but if you talk them down from it 20 or 30%, all of a sudden you wind up at comps. So the sticker will have a number on it. Yeah, you talk them down, but it's like you wound up around comps or maybe even a little above. And
that's like, standard though. I mean, that's standard at any show. I'm talking about whether the National caused the prices to just be insane, and even the 20 or 30% off is still too high.
Well, I think the key though to it is that you were getting that when I'm saying 20 or 30%, I'm saying 20 or 30% on top of what they would normally put on at a show. And then the comps had already inflated multiple times because some of that stuff would have multiple sales. And all of a sudden you had this, because some like an Otani or something like that, you've got all these rapid inclines. So the sticker is almost out of date by the time you put on it. It's like, why mere Republic inflation? You need to keep adding zeros to the damn thing.
I have to check every month. I go to a show. I have to check all my stickers because some of them have gone. I don't want to be giving stuff away. Vintage is like that too. The numbers keep going up. It's crazy.
Yeah. And bonus points, Eric. I got Weimar Republic inflation in there for the history majors. They know.
Okay.
Yeah. So Paul, what do you think? So touch on that one. The idea is that question is, how are the stickers? I know you're looking for certain stuff. You found stuff there, but how are the stickers comparatively to what the pricing would be, say, at a regular show?
I went out and back in, and now I can hear Dan, but unfortunately, I can still hear Eric. So, I thought the trade-off was going to be good. Anyways,
good luck.
Sorry about that. Ryan and I are going to hit a concert up in we have to leave in an hour. So that's why if I go off and on, I apologize. Mm-hmm. The sticker prices are mostly fair. If you're looking at the Grail stuff, well, they should be high. Mm-hmm. Dan, you're very much friends with Orlando. He has something in there that's insanely high. I get why it's insanely high. I'm not going to say what the item is, but it's insanely high, as it should be. A lot of I don't want to say the common everyday items, but if it should sell for 10 grand, it's stickered at 12. Who cares? That's what it should be. They're not as insane as you think. There's a couple of them. Dustin hit on one that he wanted that he thought was insane, and then he realized that the overall set kind of made that item higher. All right. I walked in on an item where it should have been, I thought $400, and the sticker had it at $4,000, and they were jersey numbered inserts from the 90s, the desirable ones. And I'm like, all right, you're justified in having that price. There's not a lot of what is going on with your sticker. It seems more reasonable.
Okay.
Good
information.
Good to know. Laura says here, now do the story where Logan Paul and Golden opened the 86 Sphere. Yes. Actually, there was,
Yeah, they didn't throw
I
him
think I
off the
saved
roof,
it.
which was unfortunate.
Yeah. There was a, look, and I'm still
they
waiting
were-
for Kenny to light himself on fire. I've been promised things.
They were breaking plates for some reason. I don't know why. They were just being loud and obnoxious for no reason.
Good old Kenny. Kenny is a special, special boy. By the way, Dan, my favorite part, I had saved this. I was going to, now is as good a time as any to bring it. See, Dan, I don't understand why people wouldn't want to participate in this because, guys, if you want to see what advertising looks like, proper advertising, this is all you need. All you need is anime Logan Paul and anime Kenny.
Tell me,
Kenny's
you did
even
that.
holding a Pokeball. No,
That's not.
that
That's
is
not something. That's not something normal people would put out. Of course, they're not normal people, so that changes.
Yes, you can find that on the Ken Golden and Golden Co. Instagram page. Golden presents Anime Golden, Anime Kenny, Eric, Anime Kenny.
Yeah. Does he have a prison tattoo?
Just saying, man. Just saying.
Does he have Does he have to wear an ankle monitor still, or is not? Is that he doesn't have to do that anymore?
Eric, you're in America. Criminals run your country. So you be quiet because you be quiet because in a couple of years he'll be old enough to be your president.
Anime Ken doesn't look like a lizard. That's false advertising.
He paid extra. Look, Dan, you pay extra. You get to look however you want to look in anime form. They might have added a couple extra muscles in there. Just saying. Jeff's Card Journey says, I thought some of the prices were reasonable. I bought a centered 65 tops Joe Namath for under comps. There you go. Also found a very nice dealer who was retiring after 35 years and had great prices. Good to know. Appreciate that. If any of you are hanging out at the National, feel free to chime in because you can weigh in and give your own experience as well. Bob Jackson said, who had Weimar Republic on their bingo card? I was a history major. I got to use it where I can, Dan. I got to use it where I can and where it's appropriate. I have a degree. I have the diploma on there. The degree is on my wall. I got to use it when I can.
Always love a history reference.
Yep. Getting me Baz. Eric, how much was the sticker price for the large mayonnaise jar? Valid questions. Many of the content creators showing their pickups, but not talking prices paid. That's fair. Yeah.
That's kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah. I think a lot of people go to the National and we're tongue in cheek about it, not really appealing. The more videos I watch, the more serious I am about not having any desire to go. Yeah.
I
hear you.
They lose me at the mile-long line. I got to be honest. I have no interest in standing outside for that amount of time in the heat on the side of, what if you have to use the restroom? I mean,
what if you're old?
Yeah, I am. And because I'm old, I always have to use the restroom.
I did a video about why I'm not going. I was interviewed by Tony from Monster Cards. I don't know if you guys saw it, but one of the things I said is there are old people at this show. You can't make them walk around forever and not give them any opportunity to just go across the street to their hotel. It's like you can't have a guy who's 62 years old on his feet all day long in a hot, involved environment. It's not safe. So whatever. That's just me.
Yeah, again, they lose me at the mile-long line. I get no interest in doing that. I'm just not ever going to do it. Never.
Eric, I think what you're saying, and I don't want to misinterpret you, so you can correct me on this, but I think what you're saying is you've had a taste of what it's like at the expo for them to let you in the side door, and you can't be with the peasants anymore. Just admit it, Eric.
I could peasant it for a short period of time.
Nope.
Like
you're too soft, Eric. It's gone too far.
100 yards. That's as far as I'm getting from the front door in a line. A mile plus.
But the mile line is the regular admission. If you had VIP or some sort of dealer badge, you would be able to get in relatively quickly.
Yes.
Yeah. Dan, he says that now, but let's be real. He could have the super VIP line and be like, there's 5 people in front of me. 5 fucking people in front of me in line? This is intolerable. How dare you?
First 2 years at the expo, I had to, come through the front door and do.
But now you don't, Eric. Now you don't. You become too acclimated. You've gotten soft.
I'm bougie.
It's way too bougie. Way too bougie. It's over, man. Zach says, there was a time I thought about skipping a few Dallas shows and going to National. I'll go when the hobby crashes. That always used to be the joke. I don't watch basketball. Basketball's not my thing, but I have been to one Toronto Raptors game because when I was working at the bank, they actually had a thing. I was working and afterwards, and one of the directors came by and said, hey, you're a sports fan. I go, yeah. I go, do you want to go to the Raptors game? And I go, sure. And went. And they say, oh, we got tickets tonight. And they were sharing the luxury box with one of the credit card companies. And they said, hey, they wanted us to have one of the teams go. Basically, we wanted to thank one of the teams. And they said, hey, you're welcome to use the box for the night. So we were in the luxury box, free cater, food, drink, everything is comped, everything is covered. And I'm sitting there and I joke with my buddy who is a Raptor fan. He goes, and I took a bunch of pictures and sent it to him. He goes, fuck off. And I go, and they have a dessert cart. They go, listen, I can never go to another NBA basketball game in Toronto ever again. I cannot be amongst the peasants again. Dan, I've seen how the other side lives, and I cannot go back.
You're spoiled.
It's over.
You know?
Done. Luxury box or nothing.
That's some bouginess.
That's what, Eric. Dessert card. Fucking dessert card.
Yeah, I've never had a dessert card.
If you had a dessert card, Eric, you never question me.
Yeah.
Do not question it.
Once you go dessert cart, you never go back.
Nope, never. It's done. It's over. Bob Jackson says, I did see Brian Gray was selling signed cards with pieces of one of his shirts in them. This man should be selling the piece of the red button instead. Yes. Notice how Ken looks longer. Again, if you pay for it, go ahead, Paul.
This isn't necessarily a Brian thing, but if you have a YouTube page and you're one of the main creators and you have a table set up, you will have people a mile long that want to sell to you.
Yeah.
Just as a general statement, so many people treat these guys like royalty. It's there's a lot of them. I will reserve my opinions for myself, but
you call them fanboys?
They have a lot of fanboys. They have a lot of fanboys. That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah.
Well, and look, this is a separate conversation that I'm happy to have another day. But there is the whole, like, even to celebrities, I'm putting that in quotation marks. I think a lot of people misunderstand what that concept is. They assume, oh, you have to be in the, no, not necessarily, because you could be a Broadway actor and there could be people that are fans of your work. Maybe you're never in a blockbuster movie. Maybe you're never in a #1 hit TV show, but they can still appreciate what you're doing. The thing is, for these other folks, if you built any kind of a platform, they're interested. Now, Big Bri kind of shoehorned himself in. He doesn't technically have a big platform. He's just Big Bri, and he talks a lot.
He stands out.
Yeah, that's basically like his branding is basically, I'll just keep yelling until someone listens to me.
Actually, one of the really funny things was after the breakfast that we had this morning, Ham pointed out that Lawrence Taylor was just walking on the street.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow nobody noticed him except for us. It was insane. Like, we're like, hey, LT, and like he started to walk faster away. I'm like, he just didn't want to get seen. like, okay.
Well, listen, Paul, he's no king of the cards, man. He's no king of the cards. No. Neo actually did the king of the cards booth, and he had a line. He had a line of people that wanted to see him and do deals with him.
It was like 50 people around his booth, you know?
Yeah, that's 50 people, Dan, for literally a YouTuber, okay?
That's true.
Like, I don't care how you want to sell this. Zach says, saw videos of Backyard Breaks Grant at the show. Let's not forget what Scumbag is. Yeah, they've got their booth there. That's right.
I haven't forgotten.
Yep. Good evening, Amish Dave. Eric, is there a line, the chocolate stick or chicken sandwich or a Booby Orado? Marcel might be there. You see, speaking of somebody that no one's ever heard of, and people go to his booth. VIP adjacency is ruined, Eric. That's true.
It was ruined long before that.
Oh, so ruined. Good evening, name. Zach says, my mom gets so mad when I pick out things at a store, go up and see a long line checkout and put it all down there and leave. See? Can't even do it at the store. Not going to happen at the National. It's not going to work. Just thinking about line physics, wondering how many people waited 30 to 45 minutes after the opening. How was the line then? So that's usually so back in the day, before we had VIP adjacency, at the expo, the move, if you were savvy and you actually bought the ticket and needed to be in line for it, whatever, like Saturday was the busiest day back in the day. And the line was pretty long back then. This is years. This is even before the boom. Saturday would usually be the busy one that would have a little bit of line. If you waited about 45 minutes after the opening of the show, you could walk right up to the line and grab your ticket and just walk in. You just needed to wait. Like you could stand in line, or like if you were at the back of that line, Eric, before the show opened, you were not getting in when the show opened anyway. Right. You could wait 45 minutes and literally walk right up to the thing, go, "Hi, I'd like to buy my ticket." "Yes, absolutely. Here you go." Boom. And then you'd be in about 5 minutes after the guy at the back of the line before the show opened. Why bother?
They even opened the general early the last couple of days.
So I heard.
They were going to have it at 9 a.m. for early access, and 10 a.m. it's been like 9:40 because the line's gotten so long. I got to assume the cops are like, "Dude, you got to open this. We can't be having because the sidewalk basically ends on the other side of the street there at about Lowe's. If your line goes beyond Lowe's, they're in the woods. Like you kind of need to open it up."
Yeah, that's a good sign. If you run out of sidewalk, your line is too long.
It's like, hey, you can't just run the sidewalk through the middle of the street because cars cross.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see because I think they've got one more year in Chicago, right, before they go to Detroit.
I believe so.
Yeah. So one more year in Chicago, and then they go to Detroit. Now, Detroit obviously will be a new facility. They'll have their own setup with everything. From what I understand, the new facility is decent. I know they're building out. I don't know if it's done yet, but I know they got a new hotel that's going to be right beside. So they're building a new hotel out there. So it'll probably be fine. But what that does is obviously it'll be a new venue, which is good, and it'll have its own set of logistics. But the other thing is it also opens it up for some folks more north if they want to pop in. Like Detroit, it's just a drive straight down. Well, the last time I was there, when they're still the Ruins, we went to go see a Red Wings game, and I also been down for Packers Lions, and Ford Field was really good, but that's right beside Comerica. So if you just they've got that spot there, but at the time they still had the Ruins, but now apparently Jeff always here has said they've gotten rid of the Ruins. Eric, I don't know, without the Ruins, is it even Detroit?
No.
All right, let me give you a number. Stevens Center has 840,000 square feet. Huntington Place, which is in Detroit, has a total of 2.4 million square feet.
Yep. Yeah. So they should, if they want to, they could use that capacity, and you would have a lot more room to maneuver, a lot more room to work with. So.
No, they'd fill it. They'd sell more tables. It wouldn't.
I would have to imagine that Detroit is cheaper than Chicago. Just my hunch.
Could be. I don't know.
If they used all of the upstairs for dealer tables, it would probably help the line, the congestion a lot. I know that they need some of it for running the trade night kind of through that area. But they probably planned on a 10% higher crowd than last year, and they're probably getting a 30% higher crowd, and it's noticeable in certain spots. I don't know. I don't know how much I fault them for it.
I think one thing that'll be kind of interesting that'll play into that is, you can expand that space out a little bit, but it's still going to be based on, Dan, your pinch lines. Because if you've got, in that additional space, you could space it out a little bit. But I think in the upstairs space, I could be mistaken. I think that's where Sports Card Nonsense set up their thing. They've got a little section there where they're doing their podcast. But look, here's the thing, Dan. The National will never be interested in it. But the truth is, you could probably make do with the Chicago thing if you just cut down, put some limitations on the corporate. If you just cut down the corporate, you probably have a little more room to work with.
From what I understand, this year's corporate side is bigger than last year. And last year was a carnival. This is like a mega carnival this year. And,
so Dan, the reason
I've been watching Ham's videos, and Ham's done a lot of that, sort of tongue-in-cheek stuff. getting all the free stuff from all the corporate stuff, but it looks different. It looks bigger. And, you know, last year, they didn't have any of those people upstairs. There was just 2 rows of dealers, and that was it. So this year, all that stuff is new.
Yeah. The reason I'm mentioning it is that whenever we do the comparison, Eric, to the National and the Expo, and I try to give people context, I make sure to mention one thing. When I'm doing square footage, that's one metric. But remember something important. The corporate at the Expo is much more streamlined. It's much smaller. Yes, we've got corporate, but the amount of bigger booths is basically Upper Deck, Pather. There's a handful that have like these big booth areas. But they even have Whatnot at the Expo. Well, Whatnot has like literally a side booth. Like it's this tiny, it's literally this tiny little thing.
It is surprisingly small.
Yeah, so they actually fairly restrained. And in some ways, I think that's actually helped a lot because it means we're getting more square footage for actual dealers. And those actual dealers in turn are then able to have the actual more floor space for people. And now they've got 2 separate cafeteria areas and that's helped out a lot. So we're actually getting more bang for our buck in the square footage for actual dealer tables and spaces for collectors to sit and do all those things. So we're almost getting a little bit more bang for our buck, which actually helps in terms of actually getting people around. Sven says, since the hobby has a short memory, this is the 80s and 90s, early 90s all over again. Proof, watch old YouTube videos of news coverage. People saying, buy vintage and kids flipping. Classic times. Go ahead, Paul.
No.
You do have a bunch
back then you'd be sorry, Paul. Go ahead.
You do have a bunch of kids in some of the corporate areas, though, and that is an attractive area for families. There's not a lot of moms who are bringing their under 10-year-olds, but if they are there's a lot of them in the corporate areas.
Yep. Jeff says, hotel will be completed by the end of the year. Thank you, Jeff. It's not just a line to get in. I've seen multiple people who couldn't get access to the adjacent hotels. We always appreciate adjacency. After saying that getting Uber rides after the show had long waits or no availability. Yeah, it's the logistics. Like we obviously talk about square footage. We talk about all these different, but it is a factor. This goes back to what I was saying, Dan, about, let's call it comfortability. Let's just use that word in order to explain this. Comfortability is not just, Eric, the bells and whistles. It's about if I'm tired and I want a breather, is there a space for me to do that? Yes, no. If I need to maneuver around, if I literally just want to get from one point A to point B, my ability to literally physically navigate with all the massive humanity in front of me, that's a factor. Yeah, you know, you talk about bathrooms and everything, and Paul's saying the bathroom situation's fine, which is great. Food situation, getting access to that.
Important.
Yeah, food situation, getting access to it. But also, okay, I'm done for the show. I'm getting out of this building. Now, my hotel is not beside me. I need an Uber ride, or I need this, or I need that. How long is it going to take me to get an Uber? Like, that is also because all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, you want to try walking it? It's miles down the road. You can do that. Or if you want to wait for this Uber, maybe you got to wait half an hour for an Uber. Standing outside this building like an idiot, waiting half an hour just to get somebody who can take you down a couple miles. It's a decision, Eric. And you're already tired from walking around.
Right.
That's not super comfortable. That kind of sucks.
It does.
Yeah.
So that's all. And again, people don't talk about that. That's kind of a side conversation from it. But it's, again, if we're talking, Dan, it's become like almost a vacation, a destination, whatever. Well, that sounds like a shitty vacation, Dan. You wouldn't enjoy that in any other vacation in anywhere else in the world.
That's what they used to say about Disney World or Disneyland, whichever one's in Florida, because you spent half the vacation waiting online until they started doing those fast pass things.
Yeah. Never, ever, ever go to Disney again.
Jeff says the rumors are dead. Detroit is going to have to shine as a host if they want to return engagement, says Pastor Craig. Fair. You're right.
Yeah.
Zach says, I think if you're planning the show, you're still thinking surely one day there'll be a slowdown. It'll be hard planning a show a few years out. Let's say pay the money and double the space. Zach, I can tell you right now, Dan, here's a pro tip. From an expert as a not national coverage, allow me to offer a tip. And Paul, you can co-sign on this. If you want finally some quietude, some space, the ability to be able to maneuver around Donald D. Stevens Center, the play is to show up the Monday after the National. No lines. You'll be able to walk around the building. Now, they won't let you in the building, but you'll be able to walk around.
You get Uber quickly. You probably even get a hotel across the street.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll be able to get a seat in the various restaurants right away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Eric, I think I fixed it.
A plan.
Yeah.
The Monday after the National.
That's the time to go.
Bam. Nailed it. You guys. Paul, why don't they listen to me? I can fix this shit. I fixed it.
I've heard an option where a bunch of the niche sports have their own show for like one. All the soccer guys go on Thursday, all the non-sport on Friday, and then all the there's not a lot of hockey. I don't want to diminish it by saying a niche sport. There just isn't a lot of hockey at the National. There's 2 tables. I'm not shitting on it. It's just a fact. But I've heard a bunch of like, hey, maybe we do rent out something like this, and one day that's where all the soccer's going to be. That's where all the Pokemon's going to be. Like, I've heard this is an option, and people are thinking about it for next year.
I think it's the right move, though. Like, I am of the opinion, one of those people that is promoting this, Dan, is me. I'm saying, like, I think if you're entrepreneurial and you're in that space, if you can find a suitable space within reasonable distance of it, why not? And we've used the comp already, Eric. The WrestleMania for a couple of years, less so in recent years, but it was still a factor. It became almost a gathering space for wrestling fans, and a lot of these independent companies would run shows around WrestleMania. And this is separate from WrestleMania. There are other companies not related, but because there's so many wrestling fans already there, they might be interested in attending this other show for this company or this other show for this. And the answer was yes, they would be. And these companies could do good business running these relatively smaller shows, but still do very well, have big crowds, have people that are having a good time with it. It was a wrestling festival just by having these other things around it.
That's the theory behind the Fan Fest at the All-Star Game, which started 30 years ago, but which I was at the first one. It was small. I was at the second one. It was a little bigger. Now it's like a whole convention, the Fan Fest.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Now look quickly here. Laura says, why is it we're hearing about the misgivings and mismanagement again? Can't the higher upside learn from the past? Right now they're in hiding. I think for the most part, I think they're not inclined to listen because, you remember the old quote from Patrick Wyrick when he was responding to Jeremy Roenick, and he says, I can't hear Jeremy with the 2 Stanley Cup rings in my ears.
Yes.
The Expo guys are saying, I can't hear you with all this money in my ears.
A lot of money.
Sorry, I can't hear your whining through the money.
Yeah. I like this next one.
Yep. 1 second here. Just quickly filling in. Okay. So Lawrence Taylor may still be walking around on Monday. It's true.
See, your Monday ideas get even better. Free autographs.
Dan, I am a problem solver. I am here to help.
There's
trying to solve these problems.
It is nothing inside of me that believes that Lawrence Taylor would give out a free autograph.
What if you offered to share his chocolate stick with him?
You could get it for something that isn't money, though. I'm sure.
I think he probably likes.
If you brought a chocolate stick with icing.
No, I think he'd be more
little powder on it.
Powdered donut is more of his speed. I don't think chocolate sticks are his thing. I think powdered donuts more his speed.
Zach says some of these corporate booths look ridiculous. Never considered you could have all the same corporation represented, but just tell them to cut booth size and sell more tables to get people room. Look, they're not going to do it. I'm very clear on this. They're not going to do it. I am simply stating that if you put a little bit of a limitation on a couple of the corporate, activations, you would have more square footage available for dealer tables and or creating spaces for people to sit and be able to. Imagine if you took that same floor space and you had a couple of pockets throughout the show where people could sit down for a minute. You would increase the comfort of the actual show a little bit. And by the way, you could still sell a couple extra dealer tables, and make a couple extra bucks out of it.
But isn't the whole concept of the corporate table, it's supposed to look ridiculous. It's supposed to catch your attention because they're trying to sell you something.
It is, but the thing is, you can a lot of times. So look, I'll just use the example of the upper deck setup at the expo. At the upper deck setup, they have the 2-floor setup. They have all that, and there's things on the outside of it. But what they do is they do the giveaways. They're doing the.
I've seen that card before.
Yeah. They'll do the giveaways, and basically they'll do, hey, there'll be a draw at this time, or there'll be a draw at this time. And then they've also got the thing where somebody opens boxes or cases. You open the boxes or cases, you get the free cards, the packs, the packs that are based out of it. And that's the activation day. It's the giveaways, it's the promos, that's how they are trying to get their product in front of people and show it to them, and here it is.
Get your email address. You have
Yeah,
to sign up to get, your free thing. You got to sign up.
Yeah. So
when Ham
Jim
comes
says,
on, I want to ask him about that.
well, we'll see. It's up to him. He has the contact. Jim says, imagine if Orlando hosted the National. They're never going to go to Florida. Convention Center is 2.1 million. Yeah, we did touch on that. It would be a vacation for many who attend. Way more kids, more families would come. Would be nuts. But then we'd have to deal with Florida, man. We've seen Ham in his natural element. Eric, I don't know if it doesn't seem wise.
Florida in the summer.
I mean,
so you're gonna wait in that mile-long line in the Florida heat. No.
I think the point is that the place is so big that the line wouldn't have to be outside. It could be in the air conditioning.
Or we could use attack gators.
Or you could
People
all be
move a
looking
lot
at it
quicker when they're
wrong.
being chased by gators.
Or you could all be looking at it wrong, and I think he just means we should hold it at Orlando's house. I mean, that's possible,
That
too.
might be valid. A collector's dream compound. Maybe that's what it means. 2.1 million square feet of exhibition space. That might be valid. You just want to see the anonymous card. Casman says, if it's truly the Chicago National, move it to McCormick Place. See? South Rosemont. Didn't Fanatics have a plan to do a Fanatics Fest in Orlando? Yeah. So I think the dream is dead on the other Fanatics Fest. I think it makes the most sense in New York. I think right now, the biggest problem they have, and I think the idea was to do the Fanatics Fest. The Orlando one was supposed to be more of a card show one. That was the thought process, was to do that. I think that's dead. I think they've looked at that, and realistically, one thing that the Fanatics Fest in New York can do is getting those celebrities to agree to go there. A lot of them will not go to Orlando. They don't have a problem with Orlando per se, but they're just not interested in going. They can go on their own time. But in New York, they can be doing other things as well. And that's what a lot of them are doing, and it just makes it easier. And Javits Center is well situated for that. It's not cheap to run it, obviously, but it's well situated for what they're trying to accomplish and get people in and out. So we'll see. But it wouldn't shock me if they gave up on the idea of doing other Fanatics Fest outside of New York. Show organizers don't like having a bunch of extra seating. Encourages people to pop open Pelican cases and deal between themselves. It's always going to be a problem.
Yep.
It's going to be a fact.
Yeah. They're all over the floor in the lounge. They're not necessarily all over the place in like some of the hallways between the places where you can lean against the wall or prop up the chair or something. There's always people with their Pelican case open trading, and you can't really do anything about it because they paid, and they're just, in some respects, they are just taking a break.
Mm-hmm. My new national tagline is National FOMO. I appreciate the dollar signs.
It's also hard to distinguish between three guys sitting together showing what cards they have or what they bought or whatever versus somebody trying to cut a deal. And sometimes it's both. It's hard to really figure that out. The VIP area with the round tables where they do all the trade nights, I think you were talking about that, Paul. There was a lot of trading going on in there throughout the entire show last year. I was up there watching it, sitting at a table with some people.
Yeah,
we weren't doing any of it, but next to us there were.
Yeah, that's the spot that's open 9:00 and basically 5:30, and then they kick everyone out. So there's a whole second show up in that room basically the whole time. But I have not seen, at least in like the hallways and like the common areas, you like you haven't seen how Neil puts it, the stick.
Yeah, the sticker guys. I know Paul's coming in and out a little bit. We can hear him, but
like, hey, sorry about that. Like, you haven't seen the sticky brigade out in the hallways. It's happening at the trade nights. If they break it up, but posted notes be out in the hallways.
Right. Dan, I'm envisioning something. Once again, Eric, I'm going to take on my role as problem solver. I think if they ever tried to crack down on this, Dan, and they ever said, oh, we see you guys are trading, you're putting money on the table and everything. Dan, top-loaded $100 bills. Hey, here's a card. Yes, here's a top loader. Why are there a stack of top loaders? It's like, are those $100 bills in the top loader?
No money. Only Fanatics cash. That's the only way you can do trades now.
Oh, there you go.
Michael Rubin will be like, yes. No, I just like the absurdity, Dan. I just want to see people count on $100 bills and top loaders. Because we have top loaders that would fit them. And it'd be amazing. It'd be sensational. You have to put one in each. Or, Eric, if you want the cash, you get the little team bags. And you just got listen, I heard that there are some people that take $100 bills and put them into little wads of 1,000 and they connect them together. And instead of doing that, why don't you just put them in little team bags? And that way you can throw the team bags at each other and they've all got $1,000.
It's very important to have the rubber bands with you so you can separate your piles of thousands.
Eric has this problem all the time. Eric, team bags.
For the common man.
You throw 3 bags at somebody, that's $3,000. Problem solved.
Problem solved.
Got this problem all the time.
Chat? What are you doing, chat? Nobody's talking.
They were moved by our words. They're sitting there getting their $1,000 in team bags. This takes time to do.
64 people in the chat. Come on, man.
That's just foolish. Why are that many people listening to this crap?
Because I am solving the problems of the national, Eric. Greatness is happening right now.
That's why. Don't want to hear from Paul.
Oh,
correct.
Hit the like button.
If it were just Paul, it would be a lot more. If you were out of here, it would be like 75, 85, whatever.
I'm willing to leave, but unfortunately, I guess I have some kind of contract that doesn't allow me to.
In perpetuity.
But
well, Paul, let me ask you this. Obviously I saw the card that you showed. That was the Brett Favre. Always appreciate a good Brett Favre. But obviously you're moving around cards and doing a little trading with it, so you guys can see here.
Ooh.
Now I remember this one here, Paul. I don't know if in football is the same. Is it so for the triple diamond, the gold, is it a print run of 50 for that, or is it different in football?
Yes, they aren't actually stamped.
Yeah,
but
I know.
If you
print
look
run,
at
print run.
yes, but if you look at the boxes, they were out of 50. So yeah, I blew 95% of my budget within the first hour. So I reluctantly had to make a trade that, well, not reluctantly. I gave an actual collector, an item he really wants, and he gave me an item I really want, and I got more cash so that today and tomorrow I'm not completely in the dollar box.
Nice. It works out. I like it. I appreciate it. Texas hit the like. That's right. Thank you, Zach.
no, there's nothing to like, people. Come on.
Laura says, to be fair.
Well, that's nice that she said to be fair. That's wonderful.
I also said to be fair.
No, you did not say to be fair. You read to be fair from Laura.
Oh, no, but
come on.
I just said it now, and I said it a moment ago, Eric.
Talk about
so to be fair.
Just as long as we don't get Eric singing.
Whoops, that's what's
Can't
going to
promise
happen.
Let me see if I can do something a little different. I don't know how this. Now this is a first timer. Let's see what happens.
He's about to pull out. He's about to break his new hip. Here we go.
I don't know if this one's going to work. See if it's a fan favorite or it's a dud. I'll do my best. I see a little silhouette of a man. Got a moosh. Will you be fair?
I don't know. I'll leave it to the people to decide on that one. There you go, Laura. Favre. Go back. Go. Thank you, Pastor Craig. Kazman says, would Las Vegas work? So we've joked about this endlessly. So let me answer. Hang on. Massive convention center, yes. Tons of hotel room, yes. Agreed. Easy transportation is around the city, for the most part, yes. Less so in recent years, but yes, agreed. The convention center venues, good Lord, forget together. So all of the things that you've said are 100% correct. Counterpoint, the union and the cost. They just won't eat the cost because it is, yes, they've got tons of convention center space. Yes, they've got tons of hotel capacity. Yes, those hotels are not cheap. They are all very expensive, especially nowadays. Can you get around to those convention centers? Some of them, for depending on where you're situated, which part of the strip you're on, and stuff like that. Yes, and there's plenty of things for venues for get-togethers. Totally true, 100% correct. Couldn't disagree more. The problem is the cost and the fact that the convention committee, whatever, will not do it. Not this or any other lifetime. That's the issue.
You know, also they don't want people spending their money at the casinos. They want them spending at the convention.
Yeah, but they have the rivers a mile up the road also.
Yeah, but it says so. Just Kazman, we've touched on that, and there's nothing wrong with your suggestion because we've talked about that before. But the issues that we just outlined, those are the problem. Do I think it could work? Yeah, I think it could, but the issue has always been all those factors. There you go, Laura. Swing and a miss, Eric. U105 says, any thoughts on the signed 52 Bowman mantle? There'll be the upcoming rabbit hole auction. Steve Grad says it's an authentic. So I think I've heard about this. I hadn't keyed in too deeply on it. Steve Grad obviously has his opinion on it. Do you want to give us vaguely, Dan? Do you want to give us a quick rundown on that?
Okay, so in 1952, an older gentleman, he was young then, sent it off to Yankee Stadium, and the card came back signed. And he held it in his own possession for 50 years or 60 years or whatever, or 70 years. He's the uncle of the guy who owns Rabbit Hole. And he asked the Rabbit Hole guy, is this worth anything? And of course they went crazy. And then they sent it into PSA, and PSA authenticated it as a realistic mantle autograph. Steve Grad saw it and has done a really deep dive on his, whatever you think about Steve Grad, he did a really deep dive on it with evidence, with exemplars, with, things that he know. He said there's at least 10 things wrong with this particular auto. And the most blatant is the A in Mantle, which is formed in a way that Mantle never in any period of his career signed with that particular A. So Grad thinks it's either clubhouse or secretarial, and that PSA made a big mistake. PSA is saying we stand by our decision. Rabbit Hole auction isn't open until November or something. It's a really long time. So I don't know what they're doing, but Grad's argument is really strong. The video is very well presented.
Mm-hmm. Now, I do want to make sure that I touch on this because we've talked about this before. So qualifiers, we have actually extensively talked about on the live stream, the whole issue, the challenge with autographs.
Yeah.
I'm a player collector, so I'll quickly explain this. I'm a player collector who collects Mike Modano cards. As big piece of my collection, I collect a lot of certified autographs of Modano over years, decades, literally decades, because I've got autograph cards from the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s. So 4 decades of certified on-card autos, sticker autos. I've got signed shit. I've got stuff that Mike signed in front of me. I got stuff that Mike signed in front of people who were not me. So all of the above. So Dan, I'm saying this to say I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on his autograph.
Yeah.
For the reasons that I just outlined. I literally have hundreds of examples to compare to each other and to other examples and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I'm just explaining that to explain that. Even still, there are so many variations and things. So I would take Steve Grad's opinion because he has a fair bit of understanding of it, and he's doing his homework. As long as he's showing his work and giving the reasons why and everything, I'm comfortable with listening to it. But it is still his opinion. PSA has their opinion. And the problem with autographs is autographs are not a science. Because a human being, it doesn't matter who it is, there are autograph changes. There stuff happens. There are all kinds of circumstances, and you can have all kinds of weirdness. And for a lot of those players in the 50s, you've got secretarial autographs. That's real. That's a thing. And some of them got good at it. It depends.
You also have guys, and I'm agreeing with you on this. You also have guys that they signed that day, their hand was shaking or whatever. And I have a Buck O'Neill autograph that I know is real that is not going to be certified because he stopped in the middle. And he was 85 years old, and then he started again. And I know they're not going to certify it, so I don't care at this point. But I would say with Grad, it's if the A was the only thing, I would say, yeah, you're right. It could be anything. But in this scenario, he said there were 10 different things, and he pointed out each one of them and showed his work, showed examples. He knows that Mantle is one of the most studied autographs out there, and there's the early period, there's the late 50s period, there's the 60s period, there's the drunk years. I mean, it's like they've got a whole
the drunk years, the entirety of his career, and years after. Yes, the drug period.
So I mean, I know what you're saying. I agree with you, because it's not a science, and people's circumstances on a particular day when that pen was in their hand affects the signature. But in this case, there were just too many abnormalities to I think make it something you could authenticate. And I'll tell you, if he was at PSA and those things came in and he said there's 10 problems with them, they absolutely would have said they would not have authenticated. So I don't know who authenticated it, but I think they're wrong, and I think PSA is in a little bit of pickle here. I wouldn't want to be rabbit hole auctions having to make a decision here, because you put an autograph in there that like one of the number one exemplars thinks is fake. That's really gonna potentially put your early in its time period auction house in questionable situation.
Yeah. Now I think
what's going on?
Paul's just got the phone down while he's grabbing stuff.
I'm just grabbing a drink here.
Yeah, no worries. What I was going to say, though, the reason why, Eric, and I feel like it's worthwhile revisiting this conversation once in a while, because it comes up once in a while with different autographs. I always have to reiterate, and I use those examples just so people can understand, is that, look, I'm an autograph collector. I like having autographs and everything, but I always have to price it accordingly. I have to price it correctly, because the less as comfortable as I am, and I just said a moment ago, I gave my bona fides for a Mike Modano autograph. I feel very comfortable that I can discern what feels like a good Mike Modano autograph versus one that seems a little off. So again, with the sheer amount of experience I have with that particular thing, I'm still not, to be clear, I'm still wouldn't certify Mike Modano autographs. If you ask me, oh, Carlos, would you come to? No, absolutely not. But I have about as much knowledge of the Mike Modano autograph of anybody outside of Mike Modano himself. Like I have more than enough examples to be able to vouch for it, but I'm still not going to, I still wouldn't do it. I would never certify any Mike Modano autograph anywhere. I will not do it. However, I will still buy them if I'm comfortable with them, but I will pay an appropriate amount, because you're still always taking a chance. There's still always elements to it. And some people, by the way, have gotten so good at some of these autographs, and some of them are really good. And the example Dan used is accurate. A hesitation on an autograph is something that would set off alarm bells at a lot of folks when they're trying to certify these. But sometimes somebody gets interrupted mid-flight, Eric. How many times during a signing does somebody, maybe he's starting to sign something and maybe something distracts him for just a fraction of a second?
Oh, I see it all the time.
You lift the pen and then you put it back and then you finish what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
But it was the real person who really signed it, but it was a brief hesitation.
We constantly, most of the times, the athletes that we have worked with really want to do a good job. Okay. And they will get frustrated with themselves when they screw something up. And we just try to encourage, just keep going, and they go back and try to fix it. And it's like, no, please don't do that. Just keep going. And it's tough for them. And they don't understand the stuff we're talking about. They want the piece to look the best it can. And once the ink hits the item, there's no going back. Right. So if something didn't turn out right, they're now going back and doing an extra swoop or an extra cross, or they're darkening a spot. And it's like, that's never going to get okayed, even though, I mean, we know that you did it, but yeah, they don't think that way. Most of them are just trying to do what's right by the customer. And when they go back and start darkening things, or like I said, recrossing that T, or so, it's like, oh God, it was better that you just screwed it up.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'll put a close on this now. We can revisit this topic again later on if we want. And again, happy to have the conversation anytime, because sometimes, Dan, new people are tuning in and they haven't heard, the stories of us explaining it. Eric has worked with the folks at Sports World, and they do a lot of autograph signings. So that's why I'm kind of citing that example. I'm a collector of certain, and I really specialize. The autographs is kind of one of my favorite categories that I'll go out of my way to find cards for. So I have a pretty good grasp on that. But here's the critical piece. Going back to that Mantle example that we're talking about. I don't care how comfortable I am with it. I'm never going to be super comfortable paying like a super heavy premium on a card just because it happens to be autographed. Especially if it's a card that already existed without the autograph, and then I'm paying a super premium because it happens to be autographed by the player.
If Rabbit Hole runs with this, knowing what's out there, I think the price is going to be hurt by people knowing that Steve Grad has said there's 10 different things wrong with this autograph. So it is going to affect the price one way or the other. Even if they run with it, they're going to have to deal with that.
Yep. E105 says it'll be interesting to see what happens. I believe PSA said they stand behind the cert, which is,
Yeah, that's
fair
correct.
enough. What you're talking about. Grad's video is very credible to me as well. Yeah, that's fair. But you got to factor all that in. That's why I wanted to make sure I reiterated that autographs are not a science. They're an art more than a science. There's a lot of weird things that can come up. And by the way, weird things on what is the athlete actually signed it. Like it's real, but they were busy that day, or they were being rushed, or this is the 800th autograph they signed that day. So the autograph is starting to degrade a little bit because they were doing a big signing, and this is just happens to be one. It doesn't look good.
At the stadium. Over the stands at the stadium, we're running down the ones that are signed as they're leaving the stadium, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I have to understand that's all part of it. That's all a real factor that you have to count. So how much of a premium do you want to pay for it? I leave that to you. I'm not going to give you advice on that. I'm just saying, even as an autograph collector, I'm not paying a super premium.
Every time I have that whole 1970 Topps collection. It's up to like $475 now. Every time I had one signed in public, I made sure I took a photograph of the player signing the card and of my ticket and of me or whatever. So enough photographic evidence, because these things somewhere down the road somebody might want to authenticate. Most of the guys that I had sign in person were Hall of Famers. So some of these at some point may get authenticated, and I've got evidence. The evidence is, I think, better than an opinion by somebody sitting in an office.
Mm-hmm. Jim says, how much is the upcharge for PSA coming to play with the Manolato? I'm not sure. I know they charge different amounts for autographs. I know they charge different amounts depending on the individual they're getting signed. So I know there are variations depending on that. I remember there used to be you could look up different names and see different pricing. The Oberman restored Wagner's approaching 1 million. Now, is that before or after the juice? I know it was earlier.
I think it's after. I think it's in the hammer is like 950 right now. You can look it up.
Yeah, I'll check on it. We'll get to that here in a second, but thank you for asking, Kazman. Carl says, I have this Maris autograph card that I know he's signed, and PSA rejected it. Yeah, but here's the thing, Carl. If they're looking at it, I could 100% see an autograph that I know he signed it, and it doesn't shock me PSA rejected it. And I don't even necessarily have a problem with them rejecting it.
You should send Stu an email, because Scott would probably be better to look at that as a Maris guy than some.
The one experiment I want to run, Dan, is that I have I've told the story. I have a Frank Mahovlich signed index card that he did at the 2000 All-Star game, which he literally did right in front of me. I handed it to him, he signed it, handed it back to me, and then ran away from everybody else. So I have the story. I know he signed it because it didn't leave my sight. He grabbed it, signed it, handed me back the pen and the index card, and ran away. I give it a 50-50 chance that it gets accepted. 50-50.
Yeah.
Wouldn't shock me if it got rejected. And I know for 100% fact. I know where, I know when, and I know how it was signed.
Yeah, Dan made a good example a few minutes ago that sometimes these autographs, depending on the mood of the athlete or actor or actress, famous person, whoever you're talking about, their mood, are they in a hurry? Like if you ever see Wayne Gretzky's, for example, Wayne Gretzky's fast, you're bothering me at dinner autograph is a lot different than one he takes his time with and does for Upper Deck. They don't look very similar.
Didn't Gretzky have a totally smeared autograph for Upper Deck recently?
Yeah, there was one on the patch card. It was on a patch card.
Shit. Yeah, it looked like complete dog shit.
Yeah, and Upper Deck paid him for that.
Yeah,
it was an old pitcher. His name was Ken Holtzman. He passed away a couple of years ago. Ken Holtzman pitched for the A's that won all those World Series. If you sent him $10 with the autograph, he would do a really nice Ken Holtzman autograph. If you just sent it free TTM, he would go like this. So there's two different versions of Ken Holtzman autographs. He was also an asshole, but it's a whole different story.
Go ahead, Paul.
The other things is it's not like it's only a PSA thing. I know JSA has been wrong, and Beckett's been wrong.
Yeah.
Pump yourself in the background, Derek. This is your 5 seconds of glory. But anyways, one of the reasons I went broke in the first hour on the trade floor was Barney Herber autograph for the Packers in the 30s. They found out post 2018 or 2019 or something like that all his green signature, green Sharpie signatures basically are all not legitimate. White. They have cuts. Those were PSA signed off. There's one that's on auction right now that JSA subbed, and I've seen them in Beckett oversized 3x5 slabs. So that you can find out more information. You just don't know. It's not all. Let's go blame PSA or JSA or Beckett or Brad you can find out more stuff afterwards as well.
Mm-hmm. Right. Sounds good. So I'll tell you, Paul, appreciate you chiming in on it. You're okay, but I know you're cutting in a little bit in and out, so I don't know how the signal is, but I'm just letting you know. I'll read a couple of these, but I also agree with a lot of stuff Paul was mentioning, and that is this, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier today. I feel very comfortable speaking on this because we've had this conversation numerous times. Every single authenticator will get autographs wrong because they're so hard, and for the reasons we outlined. And I feel bad for them because it's a pain in the ass, because it's as a collector, I understand the appeal because, again, I happen to like autographs. But I think part of the problem, Eric, and this became a bigger problem as time has gone on, some people put such a premium on these, such a premium, that it's like you created the incentive for more people to make even more fake. It's not like we didn't have fake autographs going back, right. Operation Bullpen and all these other things that have already, there's multiple of them. It's like we got plenty of people that already have so much fake stuff.
Yeah, and the gentleman who killed himself last year, that said that he flooded the market with these things for years. So,
yeah, and I would wager that you going back to what started the conversation, the Mickey Mantle thing. I would bet you there is almost an equal amount of fake Mantles to real Mantles, and Mantle signed for a long time, and he signed a crap ton.
Yes,
but I feel like it's almost like a 1-to-1. You got a 50% chance that this is one of the millions of fake Mantles as opposed to one of the probably million real ones.
I got a good Mantle autograph story. If you get time for it, I'll try to make it.
Give me 1 second. I'll read a couple of comments. I'll get caught up, and then you can share your story. So Casman says, it's true the PSA grading guarantee does not include autographs. I don't know what the guarantee is for autographs. I was actually trying to look that up. I saw your question coming up. I don't know if anybody else is familiar with looking into that. I haven't looked at the autograph guarantee they have. I don't know how it differs. I know what the card one is, but the autograph one I'm less familiar with. CC says, good evening, gents. Stan, this does not apply to you because you're not this person, but having a picture signed is not stop someone from faking 100 signatures by showing. Yeah, some of the guys who did that is exactly the. And not only would they do this, they would have the picture of the athlete signing. So they would have a real one or a couple of real ones, and then they would forge the rest of them. So instead, they'd show pictures of, hey, this guy signed it with me. And literally, I'm in the picture, he's signing, he signed. But instead of just I'd had him sign 5. But for some reason in my store, I have 150 of them. So it's like the other 145 are no good. But these 5 are 100% legit. Jim's always excited about his pens. Happy 40th birthday, Evgeny Malkin. Exciting for you. Good evening, Dylan. Keem the Dream, Elijah Auto doing a layover at Houston Airport as a kid. There you go.
That must have been cool looking up at him.
How does it look? Mad City. How does it look? Is it neat?
Good question.
Follow up. Do you think it's different than like his sit down autograph? That's my question, really.
Yep. Pastor Greg says, Gino, go, Miss Go. There you go. Zach says, sorry, I've told the story, but SGA gets praised for signing games. He straight up scribbles 2 vertical lines. I see them slabbed by PSA DNA. Kind of blows my mind how confidently they certify some. Yeah. Yep. Dylan says, biggest news in my mind is new Fanatics, no selling fees. So basically trading now on their platform. I'm thrilled with it. Well, it's if you take the fan cash, but yes, as long as you take the fan cash, you are limited in what you can do with it. It's not cash, it's fan cash. But Dan, I'll say this. You can, if you're already in the ecosystem, there are things you can buy with fan cash, including you can use, I believe, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure you can use fan cash to pay for auctions. So if you actually buy something, I think you can use fan cash. Collect auction. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure you can use fan cash.
The answer to the question is yes. We have talked about it, mostly jokingly.
Yeah, I'll double check. But yeah, it's like no, it's not basically cash. It's cash adjacent. As long as you use it with Fanatics stuff, it's yes, but not exactly.
If it were cash, that would be illegal.
The biggest news is Fanatics turning the National into a casino floor with cash advance. The cash advance booth, I think, is a funnier topic. I want to talk about that. Hang on, I want to talk about that. But let me thank you, Gold Hour. That reminded me. I do want to talk about this. I've starred this comment. I want to come back to it. Hang on. I know. Zach says Eric's Mantle story. I hope the story is refused to tell a few months ago because we started making fun of him. We'll get to that in a second. How long before AI can recreate any autograph ever signed? Probably. Well, no, you know what? Here's the thing, though. Probably at some point, but the problem is you also have to then get the AI, which you can do, has to put in natural flaws. Because if an autograph's too perfect, then it's no good. Then you'll know. Then the only way
isn't that auto pen? That's basically auto pen.
The only way I can guarantee an autograph is fake with 100% certainty is if it's too perfect. If it's literally like a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy and there's no variation to it, then we know it's fake. 100% certain. Everything else is not 100%. Basically, it's not guaranteed pack pulled because they're already certified by the manufacturer. Yes, that one's correct. Yeah. And Dylan says, yes, you can. That's fine. Sounds good. Yo, Eric, beat a kid. Thank you, Bubbles. Let's clean out on the picture two of them. Excellent. Excellent. I think it's massive. Well, less fees is always good. Nothing wrong with less fees. And again, if you're already in the ecosystem, so Dan, that critical piece is if you can use it for the auction. So if you sell it in the auctions and you get no fees and you take the fan cash and then use it to buy something else, the fees you save then is okay. I don't mind that at all. That's fine.
Fanatics is doing this thing where they're giving out the placards. We talked about that, right? I forgot hour to hour what we talked about.
For the fake protest.
Yeah, people think it's a real protest, including like some influencers have said
like
that
it's real to me. Damn it!
Boston Card Hunter.
No, Collectibles Guru.
Oh, okay. Dylan says I send cards to them for free eye appeal stickers and buy cards on their platform all the time. Yeah, if you're using it all the time, then Dylan, yes. I don't think it's massive to me. I don't give a shit. But if you are doing this and you're sending stuff in, selling it in the ecosystem, and then buying other stuff on Fanatics Collect and auction, then yeah. Hey, listen, safe fees are safe fees, Dan. If you're using it, you can actually parlay it into other cards and stuff like that. Nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly fine.
It's just nothing is free in this life, so there's got to be something attached to it.
Yeah. Well, it's keeping it in the ecosystem, right? Like, look, I'll use the example. We talk about ComC all the time, and if you put the credit in ComC, if you see something on eBay that's from ComC consignment, it's cheaper on ComC, but you have to deal with ComC's slower shipping if you do it that way. If you buy it on eBay, they're forced to ship it faster. They're required to in order to maintain their level. So, but you will pay less if you do it on ComC directly. Downside, you have to put money into the ecosystem directly and lock it in. So your benefit is that you lock it in.
Yeah,
that's where they're making extra money out of it. So they're not giving you anything, but you do say it is a lower cost to you if you're willing to do it that way. Also says I found the upcharge national boycott is just a bunch of banners and actors. Yeah, it's a fake protest. Yes, yes, correct. If you don't use the platform, obviously it means nothing. Correct. Yes. Is Fanatics trying to draw more YouTubers over to their video camp? We know of one, and now the King. I'm guessing he's meaning King cards. Not sure, Laura, if you could clarify on that.
We talked about there's tons of them now.
Yeah,
including
what's going to
Eric Michael, right?
Yes. Why would I sell eBay now? Well, if you're using the platform, it makes sense. I get that. I want fiat cash, not Fanatics bucks. Listen, Canadian Tire Money. Don't try to knock down Canadian Tire Money. Canadian Tire Money is vastly superior to Fanatics cash. How dare you? Speaking of cash advances, wasn't there a big company that everybody was praising during COVID that went belly up because they loaned money on cars? I think you're thinking, what's his name? Investacard?
Investacard.
Yeah. He used to
Yes.
Yeah, he used to be in
Yes.
the clubhouse with us.
Yes. King cards. Yes. All right. Perfect. Got caught up. Thank you all. Great job, Chad. Good job by you. All right. I want to talk about this one. This is good.
They came back. They made a comeback.
They're here. I also hit the like button. Eric pays for it. All right. Biggest news in Fanatics on the National Casino floor. Cash advance booth. All right. I love this. It makes me happy. Hold on. Let me explain to you just how I feel about this.
I'll be right.
Yes.
I want
Fabulous.
to. I want to rain on your parade a little bit. You're fun. So, but go ahead.
Oh, there's nothing you can do with Rain My Parade. The worse it is for the hobby, the funnier it is for me, the more $1 Million Man cackle there is. I want pain. I want blood in the streets. Cash advance everyone. I want them to bankrupt the American economy. This will be amazing.
So here's the deal. They're offering cash advances to people who consign with them,
Yes.
right? They consigning cards to their
Yeah.
auctions.
Which is what PWCC used to do. And then also some other auction houses will do that as well.
Exactly. Every other auction house, depending upon the quality of the cards that you're consigning,
Yeah,
every
you're giving
other
collateral.
auction house is going to do a cash advance for you.
Yep.
The difference is they're not going to put a giant booth at the National that says cash advance.
So Dan, you are not raining on my parade because I know this. But what I'm saying is I love the audacity of having a cash advance kiosk, a literal thing where you can literally walk up to. Like, we're not even pretending. Yes, it was available before. Friggin' Golden will give you cash. Like, even in his Golden show, whatever, for some of the big items, he would promise the person a certain cash out. And in a lot of those arrangements, even on the show, he would say, if you consign this with me, I will promise you X. And on top of it, if you'd like, I will be happy to give you X amount of money right up front. So it's a tactic that auction houses can use to get the consignment and do. So they know, they expect it'll sell for X. So as a result, they will give you a percentage of that. It varies depending on the one. And that's your cash advance. If the expectation is the sale will make up the difference.
There was a recent issue with Golden with that, with a guy who was consigning a card that he didn't have like full title to. Do you remember this? It wasn't that long ago.
Probably
there was some dispute over he had like a failed partial, whatever you call it, partial ownership thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, like a fractional?
Fractional share. He had a failed company and he kept the card. And then he put the card in Golden. And not only did he put the card in Golden, but he took cash advance on it. And that was the thing. And now people, Newman is the guy's name or something. A lot of this is coming back to me. Somebody in the chat is going to know.
I'm kind of hoping it's either Newman from Seinfeld or Newman of Sports Card Nation. Newman.
No, different guy.
Newman. How many Newmans we got? Good Lord. All right. Good evening, Dom. Chad did make a comeback. I just finally got home to tune in. There you go, Dom. Thank you. Appreciate you. Bob says, I need to cash my check in Fanatics so I can go to laundromat. This is what I want, Dan. I want this to be a check cashing place. I want the cash advance to extend itself fully. And literally, they'll literally take a paycheck advance from anybody.
This reminds me back when I did like a lot of civil rights stuff, and the clients, we're not people with bank accounts or whatever. They lived sort of on the fringe, and they would get a massive settlement for police brutality or false arrest or whatever, 25, 30,000, 40,000, whatever. And I would write the check over to them and take my own part of it out of the no, we would put in my escrow, and then I would write a check from my escrow account for like some guy walking into a check cashing place with like $20,000-$30,000 check. And invariably, I would give them my card and say to the check cashing place, please have them call me if there's any issue with this. And they would invariably call me. They're like, this guy's here trying to cash a check from your escrow account for $20,000. Is this legit? I'd be like, it certainly is. We just settled the case, so you're all good. So that's what it would be like. You're trying to cash checks at Fanatics for like, some $20,000 for some settlement. That's what I think would be cool.
All good, Paul. Appreciate you chiming in and giving us some insight. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks, Paul.
Have a good time, Paul.
Yeah, thanks for coming by. That was good.
Enjoy. Have a good time, boys. Baz says, Fanatics is paying every Tom, Dick, and Newman to show up at car show. I know, Newman. Pastor Craig, broccoli is a vile weed. I'm assuming that's a Seinfeld reference.
That is a Newman.
Yeah,
on
I figured.
Seinfeld.
I figured. Yeah, I figured we may as well lean into it. Let's make it happen. Why not instead do cash delays inside of benefits for accrual of interest as a way of profile points? That'll little term DigiCash. wait until they come up with an NFT for it. It'll be amazing. Be incredible. But yes. Yeah, I just like, Eric, that we've reached. So Eric, the best part is we've come full circle. We started with this, like, look at these ridiculous idiots that are willing to stand in line forever to pay so much money to go to this show. Apparently, the hobby has limitless funds. By the way, there's a spot here where you can do your cash advance. Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, right.
We've come full circle.
You know, I did not see a line for the cash advance window, though, interestingly enough. People will wait for hours wrapped all the way around the whole convention to give PSA $200 for a single card to grade. But they don't pick up their cash advance, apparently.
Well, Dan, that was only the first day. They have to run out of cash first. And then all of a sudden the cash advance starts looking a lot more appealing.
Got that right. You know, I've been known to run to certain people at certain shows and ask for money and get a little bit of a loan. Thankfully, there are no interest loans, which I appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been known to run out of money and run to certain people and say, "Can I please have some money?" And they just hand it over and say, "Okay, pay me back whenever." Very fortunate.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So
I'm not saying who it is, though, because I don't want to give anybody credit for being nice to me.
Well, I would have said they're taller than you, but that's everyone. Baz says, I saw the Fanatics Cash booth giving advances on cards at the National. Did you cover it? Indeed. Feels like the Bitcoin hub all over again with the corporation setups and conventions. Listen, wait until we get cards for Bitcoin. Eric.
Oh, boy.
This is what I was talking about, Kenny Holtzman. See his wonderful signature there? If you gave him $10 in your TTM, he would sign like that. If you didn't give him any money, he would just do a scribbly line.
I guess you gave him the money.
Yeah. What I would love more than anything else is I want Dan one of those stories, but I want one of those players to be like, if you give him $10, they'll give you a really nice signature. If you don't give him anything else, they give you back a Mickey Mantle. Wait a minute, what? I knew it. It's a Ken Holtzman Mickey Mantle. I knew it.
Yeah.
Who knows? Oh, I don't think Ken Holtzman's around in 52. So, but somebody signed that wasn't Mickey Mantle.
There you go. Paul says there's a lot consolidating up. Sometimes you do kind of need $5,000. I was initially thinking, wow, WTF. Where it's after seeing this stuff, it makes more sense. It's one of those things where, like, so we'll touch on this topic for a minute. And then, like I said, if anybody who is at the National wants to chime in a little bit that I know of, I'd be happy to send them a link, but they got to be around for that. But you guys let me know. Anyway, what I was going to say was that, we've talked about the consolidating thing, and right now you're seeing it play out. And the National is a good example of this because you'll have some dealers that will participate in that. You'll trade in a bunch of cards for one card, or there'll be the deal where you'll try to sell off a bunch of cards to get cash in order to do this other deal over here. And it's a tactic, and it's a valid tactic. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. We've talked about this before here, is that I've got I've only got one or two collections left that are really broad. Those ones I collect all kinds of stuff, and it's almost volume over quality, although there is some quality as well. But then for some of the other player collections I have, I'm trying to do quality over quantity. I'm like trying to be a lot more targeted. And then I've got my Brett Favre stuff where I've got some really nice stuff, but I've also got some volume, and the box has gotten kind of full. Well, I'm going to consolidate out of it. I'm going to move certain cards, and then I'm going to kind of hold back from maybe grabbing a handful of nicer pieces. So my goal is I just don't want to go beyond the confines of that box. So when the box starts getting overflowing a little bit, I want to keep that collection confined within that space of that box. So my goal is going to be to shrink down what the other stuff I've got, nice cards, but I don't want cards that I just kind of like. I want cards that I love. And if I can put in the collection the cards that I love, that's what I'm shooting for. Well, that technically is consolidation. I'm going for less volume, but more quality.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's a completely valid tactic.
It depends on what your definition of consolidation is.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if guys are selling off cards that a year ago they called grails just so that they can move up to a different card that's now more expensive, or some influencer told them is cool, I'm not in favor of that. But what you're talking about. I mean, it's kind of like what I did with the mantles, selling some of my higher grade 60s mantles to be able to get the money to buy the 53 tops. And you know, I think that was a good move. It was a smart consolidation based on like what I was more interested in. I mean, you could see the 63 and the 65 and the 68 anywhere. You can find them, hundreds of them, but the 53 in a mid-grade, you're not going to get that very often. Plus the price was going up day by day, so I had to get in then. So anyway,
absolutely. Bass says, I have to say, finding PSA 10s in your PC of 70s to 2000 isn't so easy. I'm starting the process, thinking about grading after the 49 years of collecting. Most big cars are 1 to 10% hit for 10, so not so easy. Yeah.
No.
Mad City says, paying for car with Fanatics cash only at Fanatic and Fan National Fest next year. Yes. Yes.
How ridiculous does Darren Ravel's comment about the National being passé now look, considering what's happening this week?
Listen, Dan, I happen to think the National's dead. If you can't get 500,000 people combined like sardines so that they're crowd surfing, Eric, is it even a real show?
Yeah, if your line is only a mile long and not 2 miles long, I think you got a problem.
Look, you talk to me when the line gets outside my door, and then I will tell those people to get the fuck out. I will deal with them.
Get off
crowd control. There you go, Dan. This one's for you.
Yeah. Well, I apologize at the beginning for being a bummer. So, all right. Fair enough.
But he did enjoy it. It. Lots of guys moving 4 to 5 Kaboom cards for one really nice card. Also, a lot of longtime collectors here moving into one nice 10K card, which is completely fair. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. It's got to be. I think we've been consistent on this point. It has to be the collection at this point. Hopefully, your collection starts to reflect this, especially as time goes on. It should reflect whatever it is that you want or whatever it is that makes you happy, and whatever that is. I know some people that legitimately just like having lots of cards. So for them, that actually gives them happiness. And if that's the case, fantastic. Awesome. As long as you get the space for it and it makes you happy to swim in cardboard, do it. I'm not in that boat. I would love to get rid of about 80% of some stuff that's still sitting in some boxes that I haven't even looked at in years that I don't really want anymore. It's not really worth the effort to dig through at this point, but I would happily get rid of it tomorrow if I could. But then there's a bunch of other stuff that I look at all the time. It's more of my consistent collection that I have in there. I'll put it in showcases and stuff and look through it. And it depends on what you want to get out of this. You hopefully are getting something entertaining or useful or enjoyable out of it. If you're getting that, whatever it is working for you. Great. Keep doing that. Zach says only half the people watching hit the like. I know. We got to work on it. Test the like button.
No. Let's face it. There's nothing to like. That's no need to.
I have a question for Bob Boozle. Should I only do sad stories from now on? Be like the Death Channel?
Well, I know somebody who would enjoy it if you started talking only about death.
You got to die at 53 with the diabetes.
Dude, I passed 53 a long time ago.
No,
Eric's not very good at math.
Next March, I'm dead.
Agree with on the inside, Eric, you've been dead for years. Pastor Greg says, agree with Dan on his consolidation process. Indeed.
Thank you.
Kazman says, Dan, have you read the complaint in the latest PSA lawsuit filed by a collector named Lichman? I did. So this is a Boston Card Hunter special. It's a big PSA class action law. They've literally been sued 50,000 times today.
Okay. The short answer to the question is I haven't read the complaint. I only read a little bit of it here and there, including one page that has a picture of Boston Card Hunter on it, which immediately reduces the credibility of the complaint significantly for me. So I really don't have much of a legal opinion on it, except to say what Carlos just said, which is these things are popping up all over the place, and I don't see anything changing. So I don't see it working out. I mean, I said that there was the one that was filed, I think, in Arizona, like maybe 6 months ago, and I said this one's going nowhere, and it's already been dismissed. So I'm not. I think for the influencers, it's great because it gives you a clickbait headline on a particular day, but I don't think it does much more for anybody after that.
Well, the reality is, like, being serious here for a moment, one of those companies in that space, if you're the biggest player in that space, which they are, then you should your legal department. You've literally got a legal department. You don't have one lawyer on call. You have a legal department, and their job is basically to take like, yeah, okay, oh, somebody's suing us, class action lawsuit. Yeah, put that onto Thursday. Just throw it onto the pile.
Right.
Like, they're getting them all the time, so they'll deal with them as they come in and whatever. But like they're getting them all the time, and they're dealing with them, and 99% of them get thrown out.
Lesko actually said the law firm that brought this new one it brought one like a few months ago. It's like, they just rewrote it, put different names in it. I don't know, like I guess they kind of beefed it up a little bit with putting more content in, but the content they put in, like I said, is not particularly reliable content.
Yeah,
just my opinion.
Just to be clear, and Lesko will have his chance to take a look at it. Then I'm sure it'll be interesting for him to do his breakdowns of it and everything. It's a great headline grabber, and 100% is. And if there is some merit to it, we'll hear about it. But it's Boston Card Hunter needs something to post. Look, he hasn't praised Fanatics yet enough. So it's either praise Fanatics or bash PSA. Those are the only two videos he can make at this point.
Or no, talk about how great he is. He can say how great he is now for a while.
Oh, there you go. So if it stretches 3 miles long and goes to John Wasey Gacy's house, we can dream. Yes, Paul, you can dream.
Oh my God, Paul, listen, I got some
crawl space
contacts of some therapists I used to work with. I'm gonna
a sports car therapist.
I'm gonna give you a couple of names that I want you to call these people and talk to them. They're good people, okay, and they want to help.
Do they, Eric? What have they done for you?
Oh, I don't believe in therapy.
It all comes together. Baz says, I swim in cardboard, good stuff, but realizing I have too much now. A good problem, but a bad problem. Yeah, it happens. I'm a set guy, so swimming cardboard, says Pastor Craig. Fair enough. I hear you. Baz says, only sad stories, Dan. All for it. There you go. Dom says, I totally get consolidation, but at this point in my collecting, I'd rather just continue to grow my collection with my expendable income. Instead, I use my cards to fund more cards. Dom, at this point, you are the youths.
Well, let me explain something.
You got lots of time.
It's chronology.
Yeah,
Dom,
you are the youths.
Dom is like 30 years younger than me, so yeah, okay. Maybe even more.
Yes. At this point in time, I don't think you need to be worrying about it. Once you've wound up with a pile of cardboard and you look around and go, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this shit? Then it becomes more of like, yes, we need to do something about this. At this point in time, I think you'll be all right.
The Eric question. What is my family going to do with this when I die?
Yeah, that's right.
In a couple of weeks.
53 with some of the diabetes.
The diabetes. Yes. Matt City says,
no
eat more
joke.
mayo and drink that dirty Boston water every day to live longer, Eric. True. See, Matt City's trying to help you, Eric.
Oh, I appreciate it. Love that dirty water.
And he says, eat more mayo.
That's a song, by the way.
That's not cool.
Zach says, yes, Dan, do more sad stories of hobby. Interview Eric Wade. True. A tragedy. A tragedy.
I have stories to tell.
Mm-hmm. I made a mistake of inviting Dan to speak at my son's high school graduation. The arena gave up hope for the future.
Yeah.
Do they have a last name of DeSalvo?
The therapist?
Paul asks Eric.
No.
All right, perfect. Good timing, CC. All right. So CC, I'm going to grab my refill of my drink, Eric. This is your moment. CC says, Eric, don't forget about your Mano story. It is your moment to shine. Make it happen.
All right, I'll tell it. So now I read this somewhere a long time ago. I'm doing it by memory, and the gist of the story is the point. I don't know how accurate it is now because it's been so many years, but as you know, Mickey Mantle had a very troubled life, and at the end of his life, he found Christ and kind of turned into a very sober, nice guy. And he would spend his later years sitting on his, and I'm trying to paint a picture for you all for the story, sitting on his porch, signing baseballs. He'd just sit there and sign a baseball, pick it up, sign it, put it down, pick it up, sign it, put it down. And while he was doing this, he befriended a neighbor that was roughly his age. So, he could sit and just talk to this woman. The woman really had no interest of him being Mickey Mantle, right? It was just somebody from her generation that she could just sit and talk to and become friends with. So they would sit for hours on his porch as he just picked up baseballs, signed them, put them down, and just did this the whole time. And this went on forever, and this went on for years. And at the very end of his life, when he knew that the end was getting closer, on one of her visits over to the house, he had a big you guys all seen like the boxes of baseballs. There's probably like, I don't know, maybe 9 to 12 balls in a container, right, in a box. And there was just stacks of them. And before she left that day, he stopped her and said, "I want you to have these." And she's like, "Why? I don't want anything from you, number one. Two, I don't care about baseball or any of this autograph stuff." And he said, "You've been a very good friend to me. You've never asked me for anything. I've really enjoyed the time that we've spent talking. And when I die," which he knew was coming soon, "these baseballs will become even more valuable. And you'll never have to worry about any of your bills for the remainder of your life." And he forced her to take possession of this like just stack of boxes of autographed Mickey Mantle baseballs that when he died, she was to sell and take care of herself the rest of her remaining days as a thank you for being so kind to him and being a good friend. So that's the Mickey Mantle autograph story.
There was a guy on one of my shows recently, Jeff Gross Vintage. He's the one that discovered the Morehouse card, the Morehouse collection. And he consigned all the cards to REA and some of them to Golden. And the guy who consigned them made so much money that his wife got to retire as a result of this box of cards that he had sitting in his attic. Suddenly his wife is like, "Oh, I get to retire." So sometimes good stuff comes out of the hobby, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that on Cardboard Cynics. That's not our brand.
No.
Moving on.
This isn't Cynics, so I can be nice.
I know. I'm just stating. Get out your positivity now. We have work to do later. Focus.
That's what my channel's for: positivity and death stories.
And death stories. Baz says, "Eric, do we donate our collections to the Diabetes Association soon? Since our families don't want it, donate to the Diabetes."
Yeah, you got to donate it to the Diabetes Foundation. No question. I did a charity ride.
This is funny.
My aunt has it. My father had it. It's another family friend that was born with it, and she's she's like 20 or something now. And so with all this going on a few years ago, I did a charity ride. I did like 60, I think it was a 60-mile ride, and we raised a couple of $1,000s. And I still
did they actually get the money? Because I've been told sometimes that's the challenge.
I'm not here to talk about the past. So, I still have the T-shirt that, and every once in a while you might see me wearing it. I still wear it. It's a light blue T-shirt.
So you didn't donate the money and you sold a T-shirt? Dan, does this man have no decency?
So we had team T-shirts, and it said "Blob," big lads on bicycles. That was the team name that we came up with. And I still have my Blob shirt that I wear every once in a while. But yeah, we actually, a bunch of us got together and did a very long ride one day and raised a lot of money for the diabetes. So I have done that.
So what I got out of that story, Dan, is that Eric is pro-diabetes. Moving on. Paul says, "By the way, I got the best natty story. Some guy was mad the cops didn't stop traffic fast enough so pedestrians could cross. The cops stopped traffic until the..."
Really? Now that's a story, because that's called the cliffhanger. And everyone is like, what did he tell him?
What?
And now
where'd he go?
You didn't like my dramatic pause?
We may
I thought
never
that would help the story. I thought that would help the story, Eric. Look,
No,
Eric.
no, just don't even tell the rest of the story.
Like I figured, Dan, I thought we would like cliffhangers.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I thought
This is sad. When you were away, Eric said it was a cliffhanger. So the two of you think alike right now. Very much.
Listen, cliffhangers are legit. Look, Eric has finally learned from me. All these years of adjacency, he's finally starting to learn. And if he ate the mayonnaise like we tell him to, it would increase his killing power.
I don't want to. It's gross.
Go sell your cardboard, you fucking nerd. Get lost. Got Thank you, Paul.
I saw the picture of the guy. He's not exactly, you're we're not talking like, cop, big, bulky, like great looking cop. He's like this, dumpy looking guy standing in the middle of a street. So wasn't exactly a hero.
The Standals are Eric's favorite band.
The Standells.
The Standells?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Standells?
Yes. The
Do you
Standells.
listen? Are they your favorite band?
Yes, they love the dirty water.
Ah. Is 1960 Parker set part of the 80% of cards you want to sell? For the right amount, sure. They wouldn't be at the front of the line, but sure. We talk about this. You put enough zeros on it, sure. I like the set, but I'd sell it. Dan's alternate ending. The neighbor got hit by a car lugging the boxes to her house.
You owe me now, Bob Boozle. You know what you owe me? You owe me an AI created joke thing on your IG tomorrow about this.
Oh, no, you don't want those. Those aren't fun. He's mean. He's a mean bastard.
It's only mean to some people. Just
No, he's
saying.
a mean bastard. You don't want one of those.
Not mean to me.
Best Craig says, awesome story. Glad I stuck around for it. There you go. Good. And did she? Who knows? Mangina here. Good evening. Watching from Shoeless Joe's. So you went to Shoeless Joe's again? You weren't satisfied the first time?
Shoeless Joe's was last night. What are you doing?
I was going to say. And I saw from one of the vlogs, I saw video confirmation of Mangini's presence. And if they did a quick sweep. I saw on one of the vlogs a quick sweep from the Shoeless Joe's thing. So I don't know. Listen, I don't mind Shoeless Joe's here, but I'm not necessarily hanging out multiple days for it.
John, go live your life. Go live your life. Don't spend time watching us.
No one should.
Lies.
Stupid.
Don't lie to the people.
John wants to go live. Send him a link.
Yeah, I'm going. I'll send him a link. Hang on. I can see a head, Dan. Let me read the rest of the comments here. Bob Boozle says, I caught diabetes from a bubble bath. Take a bubble bath with my wife. Take a bubble. Figure out
diabetes
that.
was gonna be the worst thing you could catch.
Figure out who was the guy in the photograph, John. Mall cop. All right, let me see if I can send it to him. I got to remember now. How did I send it? What did I send it last time? Was it an email or let me see. Where was it?
I gave you his email, I think. Or no, I gave you his phone number.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I sent it to him by phone or by. It might be my. Let me see if I can. It'll take me a second. Probably phone. Phone would be the best.
I sent you Keith's email, by the way.
Yeah.
I
don't mind, but Keith could. It would probably make more sense if Keith was around. If he's around and he wants to chime in,
I just expected him to bounce in, but he hasn't been here. He's actually living his life. Good for him.
So, Mangini, tell me this: do you want me to send it to your phone? I can do that if you want. Or I can, otherwise I can try to send it. I know you were struggling with the Instagram one, but I can just send it to your phone. Just have to let me know. If you confirm for me and I can send it to you, I've got it in front of me and I can always send it that way. Screw the cars for getting I'm getting hammered. That's right. Want to part of Michael Rubin? Go ahead.
No, you don't.
No, Zach, we don't do that.
No,
we don't put the link in the chat.
This is what happens when you do that.
Yeah, don't do that. You don't know. You don't want this. I made that mistake 5 years ago or so. You don't want that.
And all Eric wanted to do was to prove that he was a real man. And it didn't work.
Taught me a lesson.
Did not work.
No, he called us names.
Mm-hmm.
He's proven a lot of things over the years.
And I continue to call you names to this very day. To this very day.
Should have just went. I don't mind being called names. I'm secure. No, call me names.
Wait, but Carlos has interviewed Big Bri, right?
I have. Yeah, well, Big Bri invited himself. Yeah, and I'm being serious. He messaged me on Instagram and sent me a text message because someone gave him my number.
Who was that?
His head wasn't attached to his body. Is all I'm saying. Moving on. Mangini, live on location.
are.
How's it going?
On. And Rick.
There's Rick.
Rick the Flipper.
Nice.
With Bob's fan. Hey. Darren. Darren. Yeah. Show the card you picked up today. Darren got a phenomenal card. I'm trying to have him flip it to me.
All right, I'm gonna zoom in so we can see better. There we go.
Big Ed Delahanty.
Nice.
Wow. He's got very few cards. That's a big one.
That's a big one. Dan appreciates that.
Thank you.
What do you have there? You got something good. Let's
is
show some
Dean.
pickups.
See.
There we go.
41 Gowdy Mill Lot. And then we have the second best live right here behind Carlos.
What the? Where am I? Where am I?
Hey,
Where am I? What's going on here?
Eric, it's your favorite.
Hey, buddy.
This is crazy. This is crazy. It's not pouring out there, by the way. Go grab yourself.
Oh, it was. All right. Who else do we have? Say hi to Greg.
What's going on, guys? I've lost my voice, so I'm completely more worthless than normal. So, the
Adam,
9:17 here. About time for me to go to bed. So
the guy that walks around with $10 million.
Dave
worth of
Bauer,
cards.
the best collection out there.
The GOAT. Oh, here we go. I'm going to show you the #1 dealer in New England.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
what's happening, guy? Dan, what's up,
No.
man? Hey, Carlos, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
I don't like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say. We got.
Nice of you.
Jake.
So hold on. I'm putting Eric right beside his good buddy Matt from Providence.
Eric, how many Ted Williams autographs are in the shop right now?
Hey,
Best guess. Ballpark me. Ballpark me.
Never let it go.
Over 100.
Over 100. So worthless.
I wouldn't say that, but we have plenty of them.
Wow, Eric.
War
Wow.
hero. Carlos, the fucking Canadian. He knows better. War hero.
Listen, Matt. If there's nothing else, Eric hates America, the troops, and freedom.
America, freedom,
Eric hates it.
baseball,
Hates it.
Boston, the Red
Hates it.
Sox.
All of it.
Some
Hates
of that
it.
is true. Some of that is
Carlos.
true.
It's just, I was just talking to Professor Sports Cards. I was just talking to Professor Sports Cards. Gold medal. I was just talking to Professor Sports Cards, and I told him he's been fucking up, and he said, "Who are you?" And I said, "Exactly. You haven't had me on your show. You've been fucking up. So have you, Carlos. You talk about me, but the people need me. They need to know that these vintage dealers are pieces of shit. You have to have me on."
We talk about you in glowing terms.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you because we're on the phone and these people are very loud. But I love Carlos. I like Dan. Eric's there. Have me on the show so I can talk about what rotten pieces of shit these dealers are. They've outpriced people in the market, and then they smile at you and sell you a card. It's awful. Not at my table. 50019. See you guys tomorrow.
Well played. Well played.
He's a salesman.
All right, he's done, but we're going to take you over here.
He is a salesman.
You ready to go live?
No, I'm here to
I'm going to introduce you to the real Mike Petty.
Oh
my God, with these guys? Something about Carmary and Dan, the question, what's up, Pippa? We miss you out here, guys. We need you to come out and pay our bills for us. Peace, love. Love you guys. All right. It's quite the party here.
I was gonna say it must be. This is the second day you guys went there. You weren't satisfied the first
Who
time.
else? Who else? Did we miss anybody? Oh, we got Bob. Bob threw a party for us, bought all our food all night. How you doing? There's George, the Flipper.
George wasn't coming.
What's going on? What's up, Dan?
Good to see you, George.
Hey, Eric, how's it going?
Hey, Dan, he's selling a York Caramel Walter Johnson.
It's sold.
Oh, never mind. Oh, you bought it? Nice. Nice. All right, guys. We wanted to come on and say hi. We can't hear very well.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks for
Thanks for
coming.
letting us
John.
join.
Hey, Carlos. Good to see you,
Thanks,
man.
John.
Take it easy, guys. Have fun. There you go.
I've seen Matt from Can you switch me? Because my head's getting cut off. Switch us.
Listen, we needed the moment of Matt from Providence and Eric on the same screen.
Oh yeah, I know.
That was important. People needed that. Nature's healing itself.
I've hung out with Matt when he's had a few drinks. He's had a few drinks.
Yes.
There was a couple of people there who've had a few drinks.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's typical, but that's all right.
They must have had a few drinks if they said hello to me.
Eric, the jokes that will write themselves on the Patreon. If you tune in for the Patreon, the jokes that have come out of that little segment there is the jokes that you know of right now, and then there's the jokes on the Patreon.
Yeah, you definitely want to sign up for the Patreon.
I'm afraid of the 60 other mysterious people who do not type. Yes, indeed. Yes. See, and y'all questioned it. I said this is the annual, not national coverage, a tradition unlike any other. You're like, we just showed you. You saw people. Did you not see people? I saw people.
There were people.
Indeed. Bit of his jar ribbons in this. Indeed. Wait.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I have questions. Have any questions?
So many. But look, I will say, out of all that, Matt from Providence, when you recover, wherever you are,
He won't.
Don't threaten me with a good time, because I can make that happen. I can make sure that you get a chance to properly address the issues, the elephant in the room, individuals who need to be dealt with. I'm just saying, Dan, don't threaten me with a good time. Don't threaten me with YouTube gold. I will make gold out of this. Gold.
And if you think Matt from Providence at a show is unreasonable, wait till you have some drinks.
That's all I'm saying. Indeed. Still catching up. However, in national news, I see Eric has new cars to chase in Leaf Metal Hockey. I have to look in the checklist. Yes, Josh. Yes. And Josh is back, Eric.
I see. Oh, all right. You want to make me big because it's not national coverage. Shut up, Josh. Thank you.
You can tell he's getting older because he needed a warm up on that. Needed to crank the neck and do some adjustments.
Yeah. I'm definitely getting old. Yeah, if you're interested, I can tell you all about my horrible bike crash this week where I scorpioned myself and I thought I died. So the things are.
We'll get to that. No question. Let me read these comments. I want to get caught up.
Things are a little sore today.
Bystander says, "Is this the white party? Maybe." All the people at rehab look like people on YouTube. I know, Bob. I know. It's wild. Look, my biggest takeaway from this, Eric, is Shoeless Joe's apparently so exciting yesterday that they needed to go back today. That was the location of the get-together yesterday.
Hey, if it's a good time, I mean, listen, there's been many times that we've frequented the same establishment up north, over and over again because it's handy, it's close, it's not bad. Might as well go check it out again.
I won't speak to the local one. I don't know. Like we've had Shoeless Joe's locations around here, and they're fine. They're nothing to write home about them, but they're fine. They get the job done. It's classic indeed. What a crew. Content creator white party. That's right. Gold Hours is trash talking the Bostoners. I feel their hangovers called shot says. Fair. Carl, it's 12:17 p.m. in Melbourne. Nice. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. There you go, Gold Hours. Good to go, Habs. You all fight each other. I like it. Bob Wizzle said these Boston guys busting each other's balls is true.
He's not from Boston, folks.
He lives in Massachusetts.
He's from Providence.
Hold on, Eric. Let's do this properly. We didn't do this properly. Let's do a proper one. But Eric, to be fair. That'll do. He's a lot closer to actually. Again, we did discuss this, and we did briefly get in, and Matt acknowledged it properly. You do hate America, the troops, and freedom. So honestly, he's a lot closer to being an American, let alone being a Bostonian in New York.
No, that's not what I agreed to.
We've chronicled this
hate
many
baseball.
times.
I hate baseball. I hate the Red Sox.
America's pastime.
But that was really all that I agreed to.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I do hate those things. Yes.
Rod Fig, hello. Few ginger ales, mayhaps. It's like when someone throws a surprise birthday party and invites all of your frenemies. Yes. Yes.
AI that tomorrow, Bob.
And I was so pleased with myself, Dan. I showed so much restraint. There were so many things I wanted to do. So many things I could have said. That's why I host the show. Imagine it sewing some faces, just asking to become an enemy. Should have took your chance of the link in the chat. Fair. Valid. We are graced by true YouTube stars and
actual stars, not us.
And floating heads. I'm shocked Daly made an appearance on the show. I don't think he had a choice.
I don't
He kind of had a camera shoved in his face.
You're not the only one.
I
You're
think
not the only one.
I don't think he knew that was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him.
I think my favorite part about it, Dan, was that I made it full screen so that I could smirk on my own, so I could just smirk on my own time, and I just let it. And it's like a look of deer in the headlights. Like it's literally just the phone is shoved in his face. That's what made it great.
I got to talk to Mangini if he knew whose show it was that he was going on.
I think he knew exactly whose show it was he was going. I don't think he got the newsletter. Zach says, how many of us here have never been invited? How many of us have never been invited to come on the show, but you get Jay Lee and Petty?
Fair point.
Listen, I'd argue, is that like a thing that we should count as a positive? They're there. Yeah, I agree by the statement that they were in fact there. That we did in fact get them. Yes. True. Anyone north of Virginia is a Boston person. See, valid.
Can I say this? Of all those people that were spoken to, the only one who said that he missed me being there was Mike Petty. So, as much as you may not like him, he's the only one who was nice to me.
Well, you got that going for you. You got that going for you. But there you go. A little slice of life at the National 2026 edition. Stuke says, I left at 9 p.m. yesterday. They're still going. See, this is what I'm saying, Stuke. This is what I'm talking about here.
Right.
I was sitting there like, did they ever leave? Are we convinced they actually left? Maybe they just couldn't find their way out, Eric. They were at the YouTube get-together yesterday, and they were like, so how do we get out? I think it's that way. And a whole day goes by, and they wind up back where they started.
Yeah, they completely forgot to go back to the card show.
Yep. Could be. That would make sense to me. That would jive. I'm like a fly on the wall learning some stuff. I know. You learn things. You got to see cards. You got to see cats.
Cats.
There were cats. Exciting times. Exciting times. We always produce, Eric. Let it not be said that we do not produce people from the National. Boots on the ground. We have boots on the ground coverage.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
This Martin Brodeur collection of mine's getting out of hand.
Is that so?
I don't look at it that often, and then I look at it and I'm like, where the hell do these things come from? How much money do I have invested in this?
From the pockets of your jacket after you visit Sports World.
And why do I continue to do this? I mean,
because you can't help but steal.
I'm not.
It's a compulsion.
I'm not stealing anything.
Kleptomania?
No.
Whatever you say, Claw. Whatever you say. Yeah, you're showing that one.
I don't know. Is it real?
And then this is the very first autographed Brodeur.
Yeah, it was the first year for me a player.
Yep. I don't know if you get the auto, but that's his first one.
You know, the on-card stuff, the officially released on-card stuff never gets authenticated. They just put it in. Yeah. But how much of that stuff is done by, Lionel Messi's brother or some guy's friend?
So it depends on the era that you want to go in. In the old days, so that early be a player stuff, the company would actually send a representative to get the cards, get them signed, and bring them back. Right. So when the company is sending somebody, it'd be like, literally sign them in front of me. I will put them back in the box and take them back with me. And
Right.
when that was the situation, it's like I'm very comfortable with those because a lot of them had that, but not anymore. Like that's long time gone. Yes, Quest for the Cup. I always like those.
I like anything from Topps Gold Label. I think that's the best modern day card sets that I've seen. I love them.
I don't get this.
I think, Sven, I would argue like we've actually had more viewers at different times tonight than the average regular Friday. I think it's done well.
Yeah.
And even some of the folks that sometimes we'll be watching are at the National doing their thing. But yeah, we've actually had, and we had them appear indirectly here and there. So it was fun. But yeah, I the way I phrased it is to Ham. I said, let me make sure I get this right because I specifically phrased it for him in a very specific way. I said, I'm sure you'll be out troublemaking. But if you end up running at any point, I'll leave you the link. So I prefaced it by saying, I'm sure you'll be out troublemaking, which I assume will be the case.
Yeah.
Well, who's the guy who traditionally did the Friday night? Is it Filmington?
So yeah, there is. So Teapot, Filmington, or whatever, they have a get together as well, like the Tiki Bar. That's that. So that's why I was asking. Like yesterday was the Shoeless Joe's. That was that
Right.
one. Then tonight is the Filmington thing at the Tiki Bar with Teapot and the other spitballing guys.
Right. They're calling it a spitballing thing this year because I guess they want to get more people.
Yeah.
As opposed to just Filmington's thing, which he's been doing for years. So he's one of the spitballing guys. So they just brought
so
everybody.
I would
in.
wager Simon. Simon is probably going to be at that one already. Simon,
Yeah, I bet
like
you
he
Ham
goes
is there
around.
too.
And Neo probably in Ham. Yeah. So that's why I think they would be. So right now you got two gatherings basically.
The reason they're at Shoeless Joe's, Mangini said it. That guy Bob, who bought the card from George at the end there, I think he picked up the tab tonight. I think that's why they're all. If you can go to Filmington's, cool. If you can go to a place where somebody's going to pick up the tab and you can drink and eat all night, I think I'm going with the tab guy.
It's fair. I can't argue with the logic. It's reasonable enough. Be a player error
Well,
packs for
hopefully
$20
Mike will call
CAD. I'm trying to remember because I think the first couple of years they were still around that price because 97.98. I remember opening packs at 97.98. Maybe it was about $20. It's probably pretty close. Late 90s, $20 a pack was expensive. But you did get an autograph per pack, so that was the draw back then. And they had some interesting names, though. I think they did a good job with some of those early sets, but the checklist was a little weak. And that was always one of the fun things that was about it is that because, Eric, they used the NHLPA specifically, they asked them basically to divide the checklist. So the ones who did 95, 96, the checklist of 96, 97 was different. And then 97, 98 was actually really weak because they had players in one set that weren't in the other set. And it was because of the NHLPA and the way they arranged it. It was very weird. It's very interesting.
I thought it was
weird
when they started coloring in their uniforms different.
So that one, so I'm pretty sure that one was like a practice jersey thing they did. I don't think that was an NHLPA one. I think that year I think that particular one with Wah, I think was a practice jersey. I think they took a picture of.
I think if you go back to that set, I think all the jerseys have been changed and there's no logos because it's all
because there's only NHLPA licensed.
Right. So there's no logos on anything. And I think they colored everything in.
Yeah. Stukier says it's the most vintage I've seen at a show ever, even a wide breadth.
I talked about this in the past. This is the card where the autograph was sun faded. So I went over it with a pen.
Huh?
Good to know. I'm gonna finish reading Stu's comment. It's the most vintage I've seen at a show ever, and a wide breadth from pre-war to post-war. I'm guessing you're saying calling it a great show.
Yeah,
sounds fair,
right? But and we talked about this before. Is at what expense? There's a lot. There's a great show in this corner of the room, but what do you have to do to get into it? How far do you have to go? How much money do you have to spend? What do you have to put up with? All that creates enough noise that it maybe makes it not worth it. I mean, Stu, I think he's I think he goes to the Dallas show. I mean, is that that's a regional show that's strong. I don't know how much vintage is in it.
But Dan, you could be having free food and drinks at Shoeless Joe's, thanks to Bob. And you could be hanging out with Mangini. You could be hanging out with Rick. Rick's about 5 minutes away from the keg stand. I could see it in his eyes. I saw it. 5 minutes from now, the keg stand's happening.
Doesn't Rick have you sent him the link, right?
No. I think I basically was going to wait and see if anybody appeared on the chat. Like I said this. Yeah, the strategy here, and I was very clear on this. The strategy at the beginning of it, and to be clear, we've seen people from the National. I said, I'm going to reach out to a handful of folks, and I did. But if I see them in the chat and they want to join in, I can send them the link. But I already knew Rick was about to go into the keg stand mode. Like, again, you could see it in his eyes. We didn't want to interrupt this keg stand. Come on. Set the starter out on card auto marking hockey. Yes. How did you manage the crowd, Scott? Was it bad?
That's a good question.
Scott can answer that.
Yeah.
They're part of the club. That's right. And like I said, you could be hanging out with Drunk Petty. You could be hanging out with Matt from Providence, besmirching the name of Eric. I could have said good name, but that would be a lie.
That I do miss. Now I'm getting FOMO for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you could see Jay Lee. Oh my God. More on this on the Patreon. More of this on the Patreon.
It is what it is.
Was it their pre-con training? It's a big club, and you ain't in it. George Carlin. Always love a George Carlin quote. But yes, I think. I think there's elements to that. I think you can have some fun with that stuff. Works out. See, and I'm getting a message from Judas 8671. I know. It's true. I just need messages. I'm getting video and I'm getting inclusions in it. Like, let me tell you, those boys are already back hiding. Let me see my message here.
I think in the month of July, there's been just as much floating head as Judas on this channel.
That's probably right. Wait, are you talking about the OG Judas, or are you talking about Brad? Because there is the Judas, the different things. Come on, let's see. You know, Eric, you're allowed to talk while I'm typing, just to you can engage the people.
I sent something about how a couple of the guys, the autograph signers at the National were greeting some soldiers that showed up and kind of thanking them for their service. And I figured, since you continue to say that I hate the troops,
do you want it to spit in their face and punch them in the mouth?
Yeah, you wouldn't be interested in that knowledge, but it's nice to see that they went out of their way, to bring these guys in. I say guys because in the quick video, I didn't see any women. But brought these guys out back to where a lot of these athletes were. And, it was nice to see these legends stand up, and walk over and put their hand out and greet these kids. Because let's face it, most of the soldiers in our military are kids. And it was nice to see. So that's what I
wonder if Tim from Signatures for Soldiers had anything to do with that, because
I looked at it really quick, but it was nice. One
of the issues with the National was that they weren't able to give him the size of table that he was hoping for this year.
Oh yeah.
The size of booth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe that was their trade-in, that they would give him something special like this. So that would be nice.
Could be. Yeah. A couple of things can be arranged. It just depends on what they want to do. It's really up to them how they want to make those arrangements happen.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be the National. It would be TriStar that would do it.
If you've already got the space, yeah. Basically, any of those big booths things can arrange anything they like. That's why sometimes you have to make so it's from a separate concept, but you have to make a distinction. Because obviously, so separate thing from what you're talking about, but same concept. Obviously, the National has got a big list of signers and all that. That doesn't prevent any of the booths there from having their own signings. because some of them totally do. Like Upper Deck actually brought in some athletes and brought in some stuff. They brought in an AEW person, a couple of hockey players to do signings and stuff related to it. But that's separate from like the national signings and whatever. Same thing. If any of these other guys want to bring in troops and do some stuff like that and celebrate them or whatever, there's nothing stopping them from doing that as long as they got the booth.
What I'm saying is it's not actually the national that runs the signings from the
that's TriStar.
Done by TriStar.
Yeah.
TriStar, the company, runs the whole thing, and they're the ones that could put Tim, in contact with certain veterans who could come in and they would set it up and everything. So it doesn't necessarily even mean the national were part of it. It might have been TriStar, and I think TriStar and Tim know each other, so that's a possibility. I'd have to ask about it.
Yep, absolutely. So let me do this here. There. Okay. Taking care of that. Good evening, Coach Neil. Pastor Craig. Okay, Scott. At our age, for me, the crowds wear me out, and I lack patience dodging cases and Zion cases. Valid. Got you covered, Brad. You can check your Instagrams.
Yeah, we were saying that earlier, but if things are too crowded, it really takes the fun out of it. You're walking around like this, you're looking over people's shoulders at tables. I have literally been at shows where the crowd push, was so great coming through the aisle that I literally had to walk away from the table I was looking at cards at because it was just a wave, and you couldn't stand there. So sometimes shows either are set up poorly or they are set up correctly into the best that they to their ability, but they didn't anticipate the size of the crowd. And I think we've all been to shows that quote sucked because of the setup and or the amount of people that were at it for the facility. And it just goes to show it doesn't matter. You could have the largest convention center in the world, but if you fill it with people, there's not enough room.
Right. You gotta do the logistics the right way. Anyway, I need to.
That's what we talk about it. That's why we know the National's dead. I don't see people crowd surfing. I don't see. I need to see some crushes. A couple of crushes would be fine. That'd be all right.
We don't want a Who concert to break out.
Says you, Dan. For the coverage of the content, yes, I do.
What was that?
Yes, I do.
Was that 1979, 1980?
What's going on, Brad?
Cincinnati.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Hey, there we go. Awesome.
Did you get the video?
I did get the video. I'll touch on that in a minute. Yes, but you boys just missed it. You literally, we had Mangini on live on location from Shoeless Joe's, and look, guys, no lie, the roster of the YouTubers they had on there. We even had a floating head appearance.
Whoa!
I know. Mangini literally stuck the camera in people's faces. It was like there you go.
All right. Well,
whether you like it or not.
Okay, so we got that going for us.
Well, listen, but I'm saying you're joining right now. You're joining. This might be the biggest roster of national attendees I've ever had on the national coverage. Shirley from Mangini shoving it in people's faces.
There's the 101.
Yep. You got the Solo Sokoa. Nice. So those are, Eric, from the national packs that they had related to for WWE. And you can actually get one of ones and autographs and stuff like that. So that's a pretty good pull.
So go ahead and tell them the story of why you're opening that.
Yeah, so you have activations this year instead of
that's right
packs for buying it. So you have to put in every day. You can win one box, so it's nice that everybody gets a shot at it. Whatever, it's nice, but it's pricey. They're already reselling on the secondary market at like twice the price, over twice the price. But anywho. Me and Fabian made a trade for a Judge Short Print Stadium Club for a red number to 5 Gary Carter out of Anniversary in this WWE box. And we just called it even. And he goes, watch, you're going to pull a super refractor. And I did. So
I blessed it even. I said, this is going to be the one.
Brad blessed it. Yeah.
Wait, Eric? Correct me if I'm wrong. You know what I just heard? #rigged. They called their shot. How convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I tried to turn up your guys' volume. It's really quiet. Like the microphone's
sorry.
super quiet. So I'm just going to adjust you back down, but it was super quiet a minute ago.
And also, I want to add that I did meet Mike Ham in person today, or actually last night.
That's too bad.
At the get together, and I do now see why Eric's wife finds him attractive.
Did he try to steal the wife you don't have?
No, but I think all the waitresses were going to him the whole time.
I see.
Yeah, he never went without a drink,
Fair.
And I see you got the picture I sent, and the same guy was in the background. So
Scott, that's why I thought you would appreciate it. Like we had all the luminaries and floating head, and we had your favorite Mike Petty.
Take a break from Eric.
We had your favorite Mike Petty.
Yeah.
And Mike Petty. Like, listen, I am saying allegedly, because we don't know for sure. He might have had a couple of sody pops.
Yeah,
you could sense it.
He didn't even say hi to me. I was disappointed.
Shameful. We had Matt from Providence besmirching Eric's name.
Oh, nice.
That was nice. Yeah, it was good. We got a good bang for our buck. Look, credit to Mangini. We had good bang for our buck because Mangini at this point I don't think keeps track of it. And literally, so at one point, I'm going to take a screenshot of it, Scott. We literally have a point on the live where we've got floating head on the screen, and he looks like a deer in the headlights, and Mangini's like shoved the phone in his face, and he's trying to figure out what to say. And more to be discussed on the Patreon. It was glorious. I made it full screen just to kind of really emphasize the point.
So is the get together for them at Shoeless Joe's tonight?
So no. The thing is, obviously, they had the Shoeless Joe one yesterday, but I guess one of the guys, Bob, I think Bob is basically flipping the bill. So everybody's like, free food and drink. I'm in.
Oh, okay.
Because Filmington is doing his thing with the spitballing guys. That's happening at the Tiki Bar thing. That's tonight.
He actually went to that crypto grifter over here.
Yeah,
of course.
He got invited.
Of course. Yeah, no, he and Filmington go back, man. It's facts.
And by the way, he's been grifting all day.
Yes.
Him and Big Smooth upstairs, I tell you. We get a message every 5 minutes. Oh, this sold for $500. This sold for this.
It's reverse grifting. He was losing.
Yeah, Micah was pissed at it. He goes, "Yeah, you know why you're selling all this stuff? Because you're selling it too cheap."
The first things that went were the manals.
Yes.
The first things that went were the Mickey Charles manals.
You flipped 2 manals, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Just wow.
We just wanted to make an appearance, say hey.
Sounds good. We appreciate you joining the cast of thousands this go around.
I was going to say, you didn't even need us at all.
So and I'll let you know too, it is a lot of people here, if you're wondering.
Well,
really?
Scott, before you go,
breaking news.
Yeah.
I have one question. Scott, I have one question for you, and this is the most important question I'm going to ask you.
All right.
How is the rolling case and stroller situation? What I need to know is, did you body tackle anyone holding a stroller or a stroller itself?
No people. A security guard almost got taken out, but not by me today. But no strollers haven't been that bad this year, but the rolling cases always. I think if it can't be carried on your back or on your hand, that's. But
it's not an airport, right?
Yeah, it was nuts in there. That was the most people I've ever seen at one day. Was today.
So yeah, if you wondered, we knew it was going to be at least as busy as the last year's, but it is busier.
Yes, yesterday
makes sense,
busy, but today was crazy.
Get you.
So
sounds good.
But nothing really that new and exciting,
Yeah, I saw your video. I know.
Yeah, nothing.
I think you got like a one of a guy who didn't win any Super Bowls, but he was great in Ace Ventura.
There you go. Hey,
laces out, Brad. Laces out.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm getting off on that note. I don't need the disrespect. All right. See you guys later.
Take it easy, boys.
Bye.
Bye. That's how it's done, Dan. That's how it's done. Laces out.
Laces out.
Yeah, I think it was Kyle Fletcher. I think so look, I've given this criticism a bunch of times. And sorry about the volume, guys. I tried my best to bump it up. I actually, believe it or not, on my end, I can adjust it a little bit. I doubled their volume. Doubled it. So I almost made it 200%. So I did the best I could. I could hear them okay, but you had to kind of really listen. But I did the best I could to bump it up as much as possible. There's an AEW wrestler. Yeah. So there was, I believe Kyle Fletcher was announced for it, and I think he was signing at the booth. That's my understanding. Now, I haven't seen anything too much beyond that. They're not the greatest. And Eric, I've given this criticism to them a million times. The PR group drops the ball on this. Like if you're going to have a sign, I don't care who it is. If you're going to have a signing at the booth for one of the licenses you have,
sure,
promote this thing. Like people should, I shouldn't have to go out of my way to figure this out. I heard about it, but I heard about it because I did catch a couple of stray Instagram posts about it.
Okay.
And that's the only reason I saw it. And I'm pretty well tapped in to what they're doing with the AEW license. And even then, I barely saw it. I only happened to catch it, and then I dug into it a little bit. That's the only reason I knew. So I'm assuming that's still on schedule.
Who did they have?
So Kyle Fletcher, he's one of the young AEW guys. A good name, actually, for them because he's actually been working his way up, and now he's a lot more on TV. And he's got a lot of potential. And so I think it's basically the wrestling equivalent of a good prospect. So they've got a good one there, and it's a good name to have. I think if they grab one or two of the ladies, that would probably be even better. It'd be smart. But regardless, I think they did a good job with it. But you got to promote it. Promote it. And also, like I said, for the first time in the time that I can think of, they got a couple of hockey guys too, a couple of the young prospects. So it was like, promote it. If you're going to have them there, promote it.
Right. Yeah. You would think that's what they would do.
Yeah, because this is going to be your important thing. Because you don't have that many licenses. So whatever licenses you have, you should be working really hard to promote as much as you can. Do the best you can. Zach says, what gets me is a guy looking to showcase with a backpack sticking out a foot from his body. Fair. Yep. So that's why I mentioned Zach. I tried to adjust the volume as much as I could. Good evening, gentlemen. Joining late. Just walked back from the ballpark after a game of fireworks. Why is Big Scott 35 in the shower? Who knows? Indeed. It's just a regular curtain, man. Regular curtain. Is Eric going to Chicago? Is he?
Is Chicago in Massachusetts?
You're not in Massachusetts.
Is Chicago in Manila?
That's important. That's a lot closer to it. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Brandon Scott, long time no see. I can jump on. Oh, Rick's back from his keg stand. I can send it to you, Rick.
Oh.
Rick, refresh my memory. Where did I send you a link last time? Can you refresh my memory? Because I don't think I have Rick's phone. I might, but I don't think I do. Let me double check.
I think I have Rick's phone if you need it.
Yeah, let me double check here.
I don't have Rick's phone.
Of course not.
No.
Disgraceful. Utter disgrace. Yeah, I don't think so. So this is why I'm double checking. I'm wondering if. When does Eric remove the bike seat so he can start his ride to Chicago for charity? Yes. Soon.
No.
Soon.
No.
You did no problem promoting hockey? Well, I hope so. Hockey is their number one license they have left. Otherwise, like, they're doomed if they don't promote it. Like, good Lord. Maybe the chat.
No.
It actually might have been. I'm trying to remember. Like I did. Like we had him on for Hobby Palooza last year. That one might have been the chat, but I thought there was somewhere else. Maybe you know what? Dan, just send it to me.
I sent you his number.
I don't actually have his number. That's what I'm saying. I don't think so. I saved Mangini's just in case or whatever, but that one I don't have.
All right. Well, I'll send it to you now.
Yeah, send it to me now, and I'll get a link over to Rick. You should, Phil. Yeah. So, Eric, you see? Now, the problem is, Phil, just to be clear, there is a bit of a challenge with this. The last time we donated money to Eric for charity directly, Eric, see, don't lie to the people. Tell the truth. Did they or did they not? It is back in December, January, where this was done. Have they received the money yet, Eric? That's a yes or no question. It's not a trick question. Yes or no?
Some of it.
So, Phil, like, it's very dangerous to donate money directly to. Yes, Ham, I sent it to your Instagram. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Hold on. to be reasonable to him, I did send it to his new hobby Instagram. So maybe I'll send it to the other one just to make sure. Hold on, I'll send it to your other one. Just so we're on the safe side. See, now Ham has got multiple identities. He's got an identity crisis, so I need to make sure. The best part is you acknowledge the damn link.
The problem for Mike is he's got all these different like promotions that have to be sent to all the different emails he's set up. So he's
also got multiple cell phones for all the girlfriends, and people like he can't even keep track. And by the way, for the record, not only did I send you the link, you acknowledged my sending you of the link. You responded with "sounds good."
My guess is Mike's been participating in the atmosphere,
the Sody Pops,
and having
the Sody Pops,
Sody Pops, and then participating in the jovial atmosphere of the National.
Good for him.
Indeed. All
Mike's been doing a great video.
There you go. I sent it to your other one, Ham. So there you go. Now you got it in both Instagrams. So pick one and the link's there. Can't wait for the Netflix doc smearing the criminal Eric. Not smearing, telling the truth.
Exposing
all the truth.
You guys are brutal.
Listen, we're just calling it like it is. We're calling balls and strikes here, Eric.
Yes.
Balls and strikes.
Listen, I can't just call up Ray Bork and be like, hey, can I come over?
We have literally established that you are adjacent to someone who can.
And I've tried to get that person to do that, and I'm getting put off. So I'll try. I'm with him for 9 hours tomorrow. I will do my best to get somewhere with this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Your best.
So you see, Phil, this is why we can only do charity things with Eric with an intermediary involved.
The problem is defining your best. That's the problem.
Listen, I tried my best to be a man of peace.
I would just listen. I can still do it. I could just send the money in, right?
You could.
Yeah.
But I have to get this jersey signed. That was part of the deal. So
you get on a plane, you get on your private Learjet, and you fly.
Fly where? He lives. I can walk to his house.
Then walk to his house.
No, that's not going to go over well.
This has never stopped you before.
No, the people's homes that
Is there a restraining order?
There's always a restraining order. Ham, please save us. Please save us.
Can you hear me, Eric?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. I got a little speaker here so that other people can hear you, and then you can hear them technically.
All right, sounds good.
If they choose to speak, but I am not in charge of who may or may not show up.
Victor,
hey, there he is.
This event, so people
get
it together. Get on Carlos's level, people. Yeah.
That's right. Thank you, Victor.
So I don't know how far. I'm trying to get this light right. I had two people over at the other table that were trying to make out and have sex, so I had to move. That's a different story.
Dustin and which sponsor?
Yeah. So try to set this up to where you'll be able to see
that was a good joke. That was a good joke. I hope you all didn't miss that. That was a good joke.
Yeah, no.
I didn't miss it.
Yeah, I have 2 Instagrams, so just send it to my main one because my other one's on my other phone, and that's not connected to the cellular internet.
Oh, this is the special lady friend phone. That one. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, quiet. The second number. That way, Eric can't find me. Oh, we're live.
I'm on?
Yeah, come on. There's the Carlos channel.
Hey, guys.
Scotty B, how are you?
I can't hear you guys.
Here.
Oh, there's the speaker. How you doing?
Scotty B, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just hanging out with everybody. It's been a fun night. So
excellent.
Anyways, I'll leave, but good to see you guys.
That's good. So first time Scotty B has been on the channel. You can mark that one down. Mark that one off your bingo card.
So what do you want to know? Everybody's here. They're getting along. Nobody's throwing punches. I thought Bears was going to take out Professor, but they ended up hugging. So that's really unique.
That's very disappointing.
Yeah, it is very disappointing. But I told Professor we're doing a catch stand in a little while, and I'm going to flip him upside down.
Excellent. Beautiful.
Can't wait.
So my question is really simple. So has Filmington bought and or sold any people or anything? Like he does like to do a lot of that stuff.
He's actually been moving some stuff around from what I saw. I had lunch with him today, and then I was at dinner with him last night.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like that.
I mean, for the most part, everybody's doing something. I mean, I haven't bought shit, but that's normal for me. Yeah, I mean, half the show was sold out on Thursday. So
Did you guys manage to? Did you get out on the show floor today? How I heard it was.
Oh
super
yeah, I've
busy.
been on the show
So
floor since Wednesday. Keep it open.
Yeah. So how has that been? I assume it was super busy and hard to move.
It is super busy. Again, usually I think today is the busiest day of the show. It might be tomorrow.
We can't hear you anymore.
You did something. You did something with your microphone.
How about now?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, I covered up. I don't know. There's so many holes on this thing, and I'm only used to like 5. So, basically,
there's about 12 jokes there. Go on.
I set you up for it. I just need to see if you ran with it or not.
Mike, it's a family channel.
Yeah, well, obviously, mentally, you went where I went, so you're good.
It's a family show, Ham.
It is not a family show. It's like 10 o'clock at night.
Victor knows. He, as a man of God, he understands that this has been a family show since day one. I will hear no difference.
The Lord into this. This is not how we do this on this channel.
That is exactly how I do this. My hypocrisy is to be noted and applauded.
Okay.
I have a question for
Victor. Mess with it on the phone? Like, I don't mess with it on the phone. I'm trying to like.
I've never done it on the phone.
I'm not going to say I'm going to try to make you bigger because that sounds wrong.
Eric has this problem all the time. He keeps asking. It's not happening.
So who's on there? Is that
So we got Dan, Eric, and Carlos.
Everybody on that screen should be here. That's all I know.
Yeah, they should.
Absolutely not. Victor, I was very clear on this. I told Michael Rubin 7 figures, and I'll think about it. And 7 figures only.
National.
And 7 figures, to be clear, Victor, only gets you. I show up, go hi, idiots, and then I leave. That's what 7 figures gets.
Interesting thing that just happened to me.
Give me a beer.
Tell me what you would do in this scenario. I go into the bar, I order a drink. He tells me $4.50. I hand her a 20, and she says, "Do you want change?"
Yes.
What would you do then?
That's like Florida life.
Yes, I do.
Yes,
Victor,
I do.
Victor, I'm glad you asked this question, and thank you for asking it. My answer would be, you don't have to give me change, but then I expect 4 more of those beers.
That's not a $4.50. Is not a beer.
That would be the correct answer. That would be the correct answer.
I'm willing to barter. I am willing to barter, Dan. It's like, no, you don't have to give me back the 20, but hand me all of those. They're all mine.
Yeah.
See here. Hey, Rob. I can't hear you. Might be nice. He's probably just deaf.
I was about to ask Victor about what his opinion of the.
We got everybody talking. It's funny because a lot of people are in groups of 3. That's really weird.
Yeah.
I got a couple twos over. Steve's holding up a wall over there with somebody.
Yeah, Pastor Craig, we need a lot of cleansing.
Yeah, the show's,
says,
fun.
amen.
I mean, of course, all this is what makes it part of that fun for us. Obviously, we always talk about it. Prices, for the most part, can be high. There's some dealers that are completely reasonable, and there's a bunch that are completely unreasonable, which is pretty normal for this show.
Sure.
A lot of high-end Jordans everywhere. All it does is just show you how unrare a Jordan card is, with the exception of the very few.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Well, Ken Golden pulled 5 today, so.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do? So I'm going to do, Ham.
What?
Golden pulled about 5 or 6 Jordan rookies out of a box that he did with Logan Paul.
Yeah, well, at the Fanatics Fest, somebody pulled 4 base cards out of their box.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the new normal.
It's not a rare.
By the way, Rick, I see you. Hang tight. I'll bring you on in just a sec.
Oh, I say Rick ain't here by me, is it?
No. Rick's joined us on the phone there. He's.
Well, I don't know why Rick's not here because Rick is at the show.
Rick was already at Shoeless Joe's. We already look. You guys missed.
He goes from Shoeless Joe's. And he's supposed to go to Tiki Tiki.
Well, look, Rick already was doing a keg stand at Shoeless Joe's. I know that for a fact.
Dan, why aren't you at Tiki Tiki?
Where
Rick,
am I at? I'm
Rick.
under
Rick.
undisclosed location.
I can't hear you, Rick. So they can't hear you either.
I'm at
like John Cena.
Shoeless Joe's.
Yeah, I hear you. So, Rick, hang tight for 1 second. I'll come back to you. Hang tight. So it's going to be a little bit hard with the audio to hear you guys. So, Ham, what I'll do, appreciate you seeing Victor. And remember, Victor, I hope you listened to the advice I gave. That is how you do the math properly. That'll fix everything. But, Ham, if you can is Neil, I assume Neil was around?
Yeah. Hey, Rob. Finicky. Vamos. No,
I want to make sure I want to make sure I get a Neo cameo, and then I'll leave you boys to enjoy your drinks.
Carlos here.
Oh, what's up, Carlos?
What's going on,
Hey,
Neo?
buddy.
What's going on, Simon? I see him back there.
Yeah, he's back there. Gem Rate's back there somewhere.
Dustin's
doing an ad read somewhere. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I already said earlier, Ham was trying to tell me about somebody making out with somebody. I go, so that's Dustin making out with which sponsor?
Oh, it's Carlos?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You got to jump on there.
Yeah. And I assume Simon is wearing a LeBron jersey.
It's my only chance to ever be on Carlos' channel. What's up, guys?
What's going on, Steve?
Can't hear you at all.
Like a countryman right here too. Hold on.
Yeah.
I already saw Simon. I know.
Yeah, Simon. Yeah. You saw Simon.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. So, Ham, what I'm going to do is the audio is a little tough. So what I'm going to do is I'll let you boys go. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your show. Appreciate you coming on.
Okay.
Have yourselves a good one, all right?
Be good.
Take it easy.
Yeah,
All right, there we go. It's a little hard to hear him.
Hey.
All right, Rick, I wanted to make sure we could hear you a little bit easier.
That's okay. That's it.
All right, can you hear us okay, Rick?
Yeah, I can hear you. There's some music. I'm at this bar called Shoeless Joe's, and
Yeah, we know.
unfortunately, I'm by a speaker right now. But the party's kind of breaking up here, and I thought I'd jump on. I know Mangini did a quick hit, and
That's right.
I said I would jump on, so here I am.
Sure. So
wanna
let me ask you a
talk
couple of quick
national,
questions, Rick.
obviously.
Yeah, so I'll ask you a couple of quick questions. That way we can get some information from you, and then I'll let you go. But let me ask you this. So first, how's the show been going for you?
The show has really changed over the last 5 years.
Agreed.
There's so many people. I heard a dealer I overheard say he went to a meeting about the next year's show, and he said that they said it's the largest attendance ever for a national, and I agree. I'm staying at this hotel called the Lowell's. It's a half a mile away from the convention center.
Yep.
And it was like 10 o'clock. I walked out the front door of Lowell's, and the line was that long, a half mile long to get into the show. Literally, because I checked it on my Apple phone, a half a mile to get into the show for people that were doing general admission tickets. So I never, I've stayed at this Lowell's every year, and it was long last year, but not this long. So that's just telling you something. And then I did a little video hit on Wednesday, and the line was huge. The fire marshal started letting people in early because I had a 5-day pass, an hour early pass, and 15 minutes early, they just started waving people in. They didn't even check the passes. And it was the same thing. An hour later, they were letting in people for the general admission, and they let them in a half hour earlier. They told everyone on this big speaker inside the show, hey, we're going to let everyone in now. There's an issue with how many people. We're just going to have them come into the show. And I've never seen that before. But the actual show, it doesn't really, I can't tell the difference really in the amount of people, because I think, they opened up the upstairs, the full upstairs now. So a lot of people go up there, and a lot of people hang out at the corporate area. The kids, that area is totally packed. And so I don't really experience that. The aisles are pretty wide. So I couldn't tell you. I just outside and just a vibe. It is the largest show I've ever been to for a national.
Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. I think a lot of what I've been seeing from a lot of the videos people have been sharing is that almost everything is super busy. Like, it's everything. So I guess the question that I asked a little earlier, but I'll ask you now. There is a point at which, though, it gets actually uncomfortable. It's like almost not worth being on the show floor when it's at its busiest. Did we hit that for you?
No, not like I said, not really. I think it's a little bigger this year.
Okay.
The show, and I didn't really notice. I didn't have any issue walking at all. The aisles are pretty long. I'm wide. I really didn't have that issue. And most people, John said the same thing. It's just, you can just tell by when people are entering and exiting how many people were there. So I didn't have an issue with the amount of people.
Do you think because they got one more year in Chicago, do you think if they push another big show, like you already have like a half-mile long line, how much longer do you think that line goes before it becomes an even bigger problem?
Yeah, you know what? And the national, I think they have their act together now from last year, but they can only do so much, with these people that are, give people wristbands now that they didn't do last year for general admission. So when somebody's walking in with a wristband, they can wave them on through. That wasn't the case last year. And a lot of people, when I came, John and I walked in around 10:30. They didn't even check our badge. Literally, did just waving people on through. But once you're in the show, I really noticed it. I did a video with the grading companies on Wednesday, and I could not believe how long PSA line was. I mean, I didn't do it justice. I mean, it went forever. And the amount of money they're charging for, and they had to shut it down. And I was talking to someone that kind of knows on Wednesday night that he was told from a good source that they were going to shut it down the next day. They just have to. They just weren't prepared enough for the amount of people for grading. Now, I'll give them, it's well organized. I mean, it's like, I don't know if you saw my video, it's well organized. You can tell they have plenty of people to check you in, plenty of people to guide you with your phone, but they're just overwhelmed. Same with Beckett. Beckett closed down the next day on Thursday too, because they're not charging nearly as much for, on-site grading, but I was really surprised that it went, God, I don't know how long, 50 yards down maybe for Beckett, where SGC, CGC, and NBA weren't busy at all. It was just like
So that Rick was going to be kind of one of the, I was going to ask you, so thank you for mentioning that. I thought it was very funny though, and it goes back to what I said earlier, Dan. Everybody complains about the price of this and all this. CGC had probably the most affordable option available for on-site grading for a company that actually does a lot of cards. Yes. And if you want vintage, they do. Again, Andy Broom is a vintage guy.
But they haven't risen to the occasion. They're still 6 months from door to door. That if you offered 6 weeks, more people would go there. I think
that's the prevailing theory, but they've already got a lot of volume even with the 6 months. The problem is that nobody is capable of scaling at the level required.
They haven't scaled up at all, as far as I know.
Well, the thing is, Dan, by literally we can say no, they have scaled up tremendously. The problem is it's still not enough. They already do 700,000 cards a month, which is way more than everybody else outside of PSA. Only PSA is higher. So it's like, well, they're not going to be able to do that much more because PSA is also trying to hire those graders. Everybody's trying to hire these graders.
And this is a source that says they were transferring people over from SGC to PSA to help them out.
Yeah.
I would think they would have to. Like, you got to use whoever you got because SGC is not doing on site. SGC is doing intake. So they don't need graders at that show for that. They need graders at the PSA booth.
I was waiting for someone to come out or come in with an SGC shirt from the back. The guy's going, hey, come on over. You got to change shirts here. And now he's working for PSA. I have a card that I bought before the National started, but it had an incorrect label. So I waited. I was an hour early to get in on Wednesday, or hoping to get in. And the line was probably 20 yards long where I was for an hour earlier. And I was at a area in which I can enter close to the PSA booth. And when I got in, people were literally running, which is I was jogging. I just needed to get a label corrected. I would not wait in any line to get, but this label, and I emailed PSA the other day before the national started, and they were really nice. I was surprised they got back with me the next day. The lady said, yes, your label's incorrect. I emailed back. A couple of hours later, she emailed me back saying, yes, you can bring it to the national. We're not going to charge you. Can't guarantee you're going to get it back, but we're not going to charge you. I said, hey, can I pay something? I don't want to have it shipped. Can I pay?
Mm-hmm.
So when I got there, I was the second person in line for the screw-ups at SGC. So whatever the screw-ups were, it was CRC. That was the line I got into, and I was the second person to drop off the card. The label, I see a picture of the card with the correct label, and that was yesterday at 4 o'clock, and it said it's still not ready for me to pick it up. So hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to grab the card. But I'll give them, they're well organized. They just don't have enough people to grade or do what they're doing.
Maybe pick it up on Monday when we all come into town.
Yeah, I'm hoping because it's an expensive card. I don't want them to ship it. I mean,
yeah, sure.
I mean, they're just correcting the label. I mean,
yeah,
I'm surprised there were not that many people on the PSA screwed up line.
Yeah, not too. I call it the PSA screw up line, but they were really helpful. I could have been sitting in a long line, but there was someone there walking down the aisle saying, "What's your issue?" It's kind of like going to a bank now, at least in California, which you have a little iPad and they help you out. You show them your confirmation submission and all that stuff, and they do help, but it's not ready to pick up. But that was just interesting. So you could tell with the grading, it's just overwhelmed. I was really surprised because they're charging it's like $250 for a $2,500 card, $250. There had to be a price point somewhere, and they probably thought, geez, we're not going to be inundated. I mean, we're going to be busy, but not that busy. They can almost charge anything.
So that, Rick, was the kind of the question we had going into it, and Neo talked about it on his thing, and I agreed with him. That's not high enough.
Yeah,
it should be, but it's not. It's clearly not. Like, plenty of people standing in line are willing to pay it.
People, I don't know what the price. I don't know if it's $500 for $2,500. I don't know. People are just, they drink the Kool-Aid. I don't know what it is.
I think $500 might be the bare minimum to at least take the edge off. That might at least get your cards back during the show. That might be the number.
But that's a $2,500 card, and
Rick, I understand. But I'm stating, yes, that might be what you have to do to actually slow them down a little bit, to actually pump the brakes a little. That might be what you have to do in order to guarantee that at least they can cover what they need to cover during the show.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, but that might be what's required because they're still willing to do it. So Pastor Craig here has a question for you. Ask Rick about card prices, fair or scalping price. What was your perception of price?
No, I think it was fairly. I mean, same as it always is at the national. They're high, but what I did notice is a lot more raw. A lot more. I think people are, since the prices are so high, people are bringing out cards that I don't see very often, put them in their showcase. I noticed that a lot of raw. It is what it is, but I do also notice a lot of a few older dealers are no longer there. I think it's kind of changed a little bit. There's a lot more kids, not just Pokemon kids, but a lot more kids at the show now. I don't know. The prices are the same as they've always been for the national.
Okay. So from your perspective, do you think the prices were fair for what is the national?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Backpack ratio, that's always an important factor we've got to consider. That's important.
Yeah.
And yes, hashtag invest in backpack manufacturing. Eric, get on this. Write it down. Hashtag invest. I'm just checking all the comments, Rick, just making sure we're caught up.
Yeah, sure, no worries.
Yeah, so let's see. Comparing any great companies processing PCs processing 5 years ago, you'd be surprised some of the numbers are. Yeah, it's the thing is the numbers are going up. And yes, Bubbles, we know. Although your last statement is hemorrhoid free, is it? Just saying, is it? How many celebrities have slapped each other so far? Rick, how many people have you slapped?
We've seen I've seen a few. I'm staying at the Lowe's Hotel. I saw Gary Payton, the basketball player.
Nice.
I saw, and I did my little today a video. I saw Chris Chelios in the the lobby.
Oh, hockey.
And the upper deck. I don't know if you saw them. They had a great production. I mean, you see these old Chicago Stadium chairs. You got the Hart trophies. You got the rookies, all their jerseys signed, and really elaborate. And I got my picture, or I got my own card for free, upper deck, and they did a really nice job. And then, of course, eBay Live. Man, it's a huge studio production now. eBay Live, Chris Chelios, and then they had a whole panel of Gary Payton and all different athletes, and really big production. There's a whole corporate area. Even Dan would probably be surprised when he was there last. It's like the main floor is literally half corporate right now. I mean, it's really expanded out to about, it used to go at the back end, but it's almost halfway now or more of corporate from grading. There we go. 26 years in the, there was trivia questions going on, and I'm gonna shout it out as I'm making my video. God dang, it's a 20 I don't know, but somebody said 26 years, and yep, that's 26 years in the league, and
Yep. He had a long career. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to hear that Upper Deck was taking advantage of the space, because they're the ones that need to really, we talked about this earlier, they need to be promoting the stuff they've got. They don't have as many, Fanatics has most of the licenses now. So they need to be promoting whatever they have. And we always joke about it, but Rick, your neck of the woods, Celebrini is one of the biggest stars they've got now. So they need to be promoting the hell out of it.
Yeah.
And did he sign for like a new mega contract?
Yeah, for like 95 mil for 5 years. They bought out his whatever you call it years in hockey. So 95. Yeah. I think it's the largest one for his age.
Yeah, and right now that's what they're doing, is they're basically banking on the idea they can build a team around him to go forward, because the cap is going up, so they got more room. But the point is, that means he's going to be in San Jose for a while. That means they need to, and he is already playing at a star player level. So right now, he's one of the stars you got to market. You got to market the McDavids. You got to market Celebrini out in San Jose. So you've got a couple of these players. You may as well just sell them. You've got to sell this product, because that's what your cards are.
There's a big inside the by their booth. There's a big cardboard thing of him and what his card is, Young Guns, autograph. They really promote it. But I was pretty impressed with their booth. And like I was mentioning, I walked over there and you could get a card, you take a picture of they have a picture of yourself and put your name. You can either have two choices. You can autograph a card, your card, or just have like a base card, no autograph. And we were able, John and we took a picture together. They didn't care. You keep on your own. There's no one in line. And I don't know.
Yep. Now, one thing I also noticed, since we're talking about that one, is that I did see that part of what Upper Deck was doing as well is they seem to have like these little panel things that they were working on. And so this one, Dan, the Hockey Card Gong Show guys actually had a couple of different time slots where a couple of the guys came down and were doing some stuff related to, which is smart. Like, again, it's niche. But if you're going to do that, then have people from that niche category, even podcasts and stuff like that, do that as part of your stuff, because they're promoting your stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they did. I think all of them had like panels and brought players over, and they would interview them, and they would give away free packs if you answered questions. I think all the Fanatics and all the companies were doing that, like interviews. It's really elaborate now than, you would just have a little small 5 years ago, a small little booth, but nowadays it's a big production for all these companies.
Sounds good. Let me ask you this, Rick. So is there anything else you're out there looking for, or are you just kind of enjoying it now, or have you bought most of the stuff you wanted? What are you thinking?
Yeah. So my whole thing is most of these, the people that were there last year are pretty much in the same spot. So kind of where to go, Ash or whatever, any dealer, they're pretty much in the same location. My thing is I'll walk the floor on Wednesday, and I'll really walk it. I'll pass by a lot of just whatever I can, like what you're looking for, and you just keep walking. I walk, and if I don't see anything on Wednesday and Thursday, then I pivot, and so then I went to a place that I went last year, and there's a bunch of binders to fill out some sets. So I sat there for 2 hours, and they're well organized. They're in binders, and you know exactly where the cards are by year and how much. You don't have to ask them. And so I spent 2 hours there, and then I went to a guy that I buy photos from, and I went through his binders and bought a couple photos. So that's my thing. I kind of scalp it out. Then I realize there's nothing that I really need. So then I kind of pivot. Now I'm at the point where I'm just walking around and talking to people. I'm just here for the people now.
Here for the people.
Isn't that what it's all about?
It is for the about. So
You're here for the people
John,
and wearing good shoes.
So last night there was a get together here at this Shoeless Joe's. I think Dan.
Yes.
Dan's been to Shoeless Joe's, right, Dan?
Yeah, last year.
Yeah. Last year. So we pretty much filled. They were rented out, but we had we packed this place, and they were probably really happy. Most people, they started at 6. Most people left around 10, 11. Plenty of beer, drinks, and food. And then tonight I'm more like private, but this guy pretty much comped it, this YouTuber, and then like 60 of us are here again.
Nice.
And
so that's a big bill.
Eric, you want to, Eric, some people at the expo, because, so they got some charity money sitting around. They could probably comp us at the expo. I'm just saying.
But, let me ask you a question, Rick. Did they at Shoeless Joe's had an outside area that was actually pretty cool?
Yeah, we were strictly inside.
Strictly inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we had the place. They would just, where are you from? The party or whatever, and we just walked in, and a lot of non-YouTubers too, that come up to you, and they're lurkers. Like when I started, I was a lurker,
How many people asked you for an autograph, Rick? How many people?
Yeah, exactly. Nah, no autographs. People come up and, hey, I like your channel, this and that.
Selfies? No selfies?
No, come on.
I'm just asking questions.
No.
Eric gets autograph requests and selfies, but most of them are like people he paid. So there's a lot of those.
Eric got a selfie with me at Shriners last year.
Did he?
That is true.
Yeah, he made me pay you.
Valid. Seems right. Look, if Jalen Brunson can get $1,000, I think it's fair.
Short. He was very short.
Your brother's called.
No, I mean, I really appreciate anyone that would come up to me. Everyone. I'm sure all of you are just. If somebody comes up to you, it's, they're thinking we're like somebody. I mean, come on, I like your channel or something. It's kind of nice to be appreciated, but.
No, that's fair. Carla is asking the right question here. Yeah. How awkward is it to wear comfortable shoes at Shoeless Joe's? Carlisle is asking a valid question.
Do you have to take your shoes off when you go in? I don't know.
Hey, what's funny is I hit to the. Of course, I'm old, so I hit to the bathroom quite a bit last night, and I look up and there's plenty of old articles of Shoeless Joe, and sometimes I have to think, where am I? Shoeless Joe's, everything's Shoeless Joe's. Over here. It's just kind of funny to.
Do they still have the there's a DiMaggio thing up there? Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's still there. Good. Rick, though, can I say this to you? Complimenting you. I've been watching your videos this week. I've been enjoying them immensely. I like how the fact that you narrate while you're doing like the walkthrough. Like you're telling us, in real time.
So I know, and I enjoy these videos too, like Sammy and other people, Orlando. Those show the actual booth, what cards are in each play. But and that's a niche, people like that. But I just thought, you know what? I enjoy when like Dan's on East Coast or whatever, on some whatever on the East Coast showing, or Strongsville. I like just to get the sense of what's going on, with the get-togethers, how many people. Because when I watch those things, I'm kind of panning, looking around to see just a general vibe. And so I thought people would kind of enjoy that. So I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to walk around, talk. It was hard. I can't even hear myself half the time because all that stuff's going on. But I thought people would really enjoy the grading companies because I really thought, what's going on? And I got like 4,000 views just like that.
Yeah, they were fun videos, and they're short too, which helps.
Yeah, and so tomorrow it's going to be my famous breaker area walkthrough. Because
with that.
That's a whole different ball game. The breaker area, it's something else. It's not even.
Come on, Rick. Come on, Rick. Rick, there's two things that I know about the National to be true. Two things. Number one, we're always going to get a vintage oddball Rick keg stand because I already know that happened. I understand. I don't know you didn't want to show the people, but don't be shy. I know you do it. But the second thing is, I know you're going to be out there with the Whatnot guys going, let's go.
I know. They even have this guy. I'm not kidding you. I don't know what company. I walked through it just to get out the door. And some guy's sitting in like a race car racing. There's a big screen there, and he's actually racing the race car in a Whatnot car. I mean, what is this, man? An amusement park or what? Is this a card show?
Yeah. Well, there was a corporate booth where they actually had a basketball net, and you could actually shoot baskets.
Yeah.
That was one of the booths. That was part of it.
Half court, literally basketball thing. People are shooting. I mean, it is what it is, but it's kind of off. You don't even have to deal with that area if you don't want to. So.
Yeah. All right, Rick. So I got two questions for you. First one is from a chat. Sammy Thunder. I don't know if you heard of this guy. So anyway, he says, ask Rick about the Lou Gehrig Tijuana Bible.
All right. And you can Google it. If you Google that, Lou Gehrig Tijuana Bible, okay?
Eric, use one of your incognito tabs. You move over the Emmanuel in space one. Go ahead.
So I see it says Lou Gehrig Tijuana Bible. He's smoking something. I don't know what he's smoking. It looks like it's a drawing of him. And it's like one of those, what do you call those, cartoon strip things that it opens up like a map thing, And so I pick it. I was wondering, I've never seen this before. The guy says, no, it's like cartoons. Just open it up. It's like 8 pages of cartoons. And as you scroll down, oh my God, X-rated, like no one's business. I mean, it's really bad. And the guy looks like Lou Gehrig, the drawing. Dan, I don't know if he's looking it up, but it's pretty bad. So John Mangini starts filming me, and he goes, well, Rick, what's on the other side? What's going on? And I said, I can't show this.
Demonetized.
Yeah, demonetized. So that's what they're saying because I showed all these guys this. Rick, you got to pick it up. Rick, what am I going to do with this thing? I'm my wife, or I can't show it to anyone.
So how much did you pay for it?
No, I didn't pay for anything. It was he wanted $500 for it, and I saw it on. And actually, Joe DiMaggio has one too. Oh. So obviously unlicensed.
Eric is texting me. He wants the table number. He wants me to send you.
Yeah.
He's going to send out an emissary.
It's really bad. I mean, really, really bad.
Sure. All right. Let me ask you this question, Rick. So this one's for me. Not from Sammy Thunder, but for me. Is there anything that you've seen at this show that has surprised you? Card-wise, what you're looking... Because we know the corporate booths are big. Maybe that's a surprise. That's not a surprise. Eric, Eric, this is like the silly card of the week. You don't seem to understand the concept of the question. I don't care about an individual card. I'm saying, have you seen something at the show that has surprised you? As far as I'm concerned, everything and anything is on the table. I'm waiting for the deal with all the Emmanuel and space stuff. And yes, Eric, we will buy it for you.
God, I can't really... Not really. Not really. If not really, nothing's really surprised me. I could say just nothing.
Yeah, no, but that's why I was wondering is because big line at PSA, we expected that. How big it was, maybe it was bigger than you thought, but that isn't a surprise.
Definitely bigger than I thought.
Yeah, so that's why corporate booth being gigantic and taking up a lot. Yes, but that's not a surprise. Yeah, maybe it's bigger than you thought, but that's not a surprise. But every year they seem to make it bigger. So that's why I say, like, to me, a surprise would be something that fell out of what we expected, because we expected right now a lot of people. We're getting that. We expected the corporate presence to be huge. We're getting that. And there's all kinds of wacky stuff on tables. Yeah, but I expect that. Sometimes I'll see things, though. So I'll give you an example. At the last expo that we attended, what surprised me was when they decided to expand the show floor. They actually went to the old hall that the other one was in. I was surprised how well they actually set it up to expand. You could literally spend your entire time there and forget the other half of the show existed. That actually caught me by surprise because I wasn't sure how they were going to get it done. I was impressed. I was pleasantly surprised that they actually did a really good job organizing. That to me was a surprise. Even though I knew it was coming, it was still surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, they opened up the last year. They barely opened up the upstairs. This time they opened up pretty much all of it. And they had some corporate up there too. So that's not a surprise. But there was a long line to go up the escalator just to get upstairs. It's just the amount of people. It was
wait, there was a line for the escalator to get upstairs?
Yes, I would say just to go upstairs.
The escalator's a pinch point, Dan. There's not, because an escalator, you can't make an escalator wider.
Last year, I went up the escalator maybe 4 or 5 times. I never waited once.
Yeah, no, it was probably every time I walked, was going in or out of the National, it was probably 10 yards long to wait to go up the escalator.
Really?
I'm thinking though, in that sense, Rick,
bigger.
I'm thinking because because now they're going to be in Chicago one more time. I'm thinking that if they try to expand that space one more time, that is going to be a problem. That's still an even bigger problem next go around. Because an escalator, you can't make escalator aisles wider. You can't. There's nothing you can do. If you're stuck going up the escalator and going down the escalator, there's nowhere else that you can get into that space.
They should get one of those old school things where you pull it back and then you just fling people up to the next floor. Or a catapult.
Ooh, a catapult.
I'll just say that I think they're well organized. The National now, after the last couple of years, they're well organized. They had people the first day, right before I walked through the door to get into the lobby, they were telling people where to go to get their passes, what tickets they had, where exactly. That wasn't the case before. So a lot of people helping, even in the lobby, a lot of people, it's just too many people for them. I mean, there's so many people, they can only do so much. So I don't really blame them necessarily. I don't know. You only have one entrance, right? So if like in Cleveland, they only had one entrance, but I guess they could have opened up the back and people come in. But
that's what I'm wondering is maybe so Dan, this is kind of what I'm getting at here. I feel like if they're going to keep trying to squeeze every lot, because they got one more round in Chicago this go round for next year. If you're going to do that, and now the crowds are getting so out of whack, it's so crazy, you've got to find some other entrance, something else to allow people to flow. There's
multiple entrances in the front.
Yeah,
bring you into the lobby. And then the lobby has one entrance, but the VIP entrance is like on the other side. You come in like the side way. So there are multiple ways.
Yeah, there's entrances, but I mean,
there's another entrance that we snuck in with our media passes last year that's on the opposite side of the regular entrance, all the way on the other side of that big lobby. So they could open that up as another entrance for like general admission. So there are things they could do. But you're right. The escalator, that's a problem. You can't build a new escalator. You can't double the size,
But we had our little get together on Wednesday night, and there was no issue at the Lowe's Hotel. They did
good,
and the restaurants didn't seem to be an issue. At least the ones I went to. There were signs that said, "Hey, no no trading or something like that. But if you're actually inside the restaurant, there was not an issue.
Did you? What was the restaurant we ate in last year? The four of us with Orlando and Mancini.
Gibson's.
Yeah.
Gibson's.
Was that
It
still
was
going?
packed. We went there one time for lunch.
Yeah.
Or yesterday for lunch, and it was packed.
Did important question? Did John pick up the bill?
Actually, yeah, he did. Yes, he did pick up the bill. And
There you
one
go.
other thing is they opened up outside parking. There's like a little between Lowell's and the convention center. We're a walking distance about almost a half a mile, and in between there's like a mini theater or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's a big parking lot there, so they opened that up for parking, which they never
nice.
did before.
Nice.
Because they expect, the car, there's, like I said, the line, I cannot, I wish I was filming it. It was a half a mile long for general admission just to get in.
Yeah.
But,
Absolutely.
So my phone is going to die here. I apologize, but
No, perfect.
and
No,
I
this
really
is great,
appreciate you guys, invite me on, and
Absolutely, Rick. I appreciate you popping on. It's always fun to chat with you in these circumstances. We'll reach out. Now I've got your contact, so I can maybe invite you down the road and we'll do something.
Just finally is is a lot of money to come here. Dan knows that. To fly for me to San Jose and then stay at this Lowell's is not cheap, even though John's staying with me, and then spending a lot of money, drinks and everything else, and it's a vacation for me. You have to look at it that way.
There you go.
It's not
It's a
about
vacation.
the car. It's really not about the cards at all. For me, I'm 63 years old, so I've lived. I'm more a guy that my wife will say, "Hey, do you want to go to a movie tonight? Just stay at home or whatever." I'll watch Carlos on Friday night. That's what I am. So this is enjoyable for me just to see, and I know a lot of people just through my channel, and everyone's really kind and generous. So it's I would not go. Put it this way, I would not go if I didn't like people like Dan or whoever wasn't go. If I was just going myself or one or two, I would not go every year to Chicago. I would not fly. There's no way. So people can, it is a lot of money, but for me, it's enjoyable. So,
Well, that's all. Well, that's what it's all about. If you had a good time, some of the other stuff, it's worth it. And it looks like you're having a good time. So I'm glad to hear that.
hey, I appreciate you guys, all three of you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate you, Rick.
Take care. I'll try to, on my way back to the hotel, watch the rest of it.
Take it easy, Rick.
All right.
Have a
Take
good
care.
one.
All right. Bye.
Take care.
Have fun.
All right.
Good stuff. Rick Vintage Oddball Cards. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
That was good. That was you're just a regular guest speaking facts and figures and rational. And then you got the other one where you got everybody screaming and yelling.
Well, the thing is, I enjoyed very much.
Floating heads.
Big float. Listen, the floating heads. That could be nightmare fuel for some people. It can be frightening. Have you seen these things? They're like horror movies that start like, look. My God.
You're fast.
Oh, I am so fast. Y'all don't know. Covermont says, Rick is just so balanced and talking pros and cons for the national, the wisdom of age. By the way, I'm 75. Excellent. Thank you, Carl, for the comment. Great stuff. What I was going to say, though, is that, having Rick, I appreciate, so to be clear, I appreciated everybody that came on here, mostly. I appreciated everybody that ended up on the screen for this. And thank you to Mangini for taking the camera around and everything. But it's hard, like, obviously, the audio is tough. Because those
Right, they
so
could
Paul
not hear
being
us.
on here, Paul being on here, he was able to join us for a bit. That was a little tricky because it glitched in and out. But for the most part, we heard most of what he said. It was good. But then Rick there, it was good to actually be able to speak directly one-on-one and actually be able to go back and forth and have a conversation and get that. So it was really good. It was great to have that perspective and then to have some of the other ones. And, the guys were hanging out. We had Brad and we had Big Scott joining us as well. But this is one of the challenges. And this is, Dan, why I'm very proud during the expo. I always go out of my way to have one live from the show, but it's harder than it sounds. So I have to go to the hotel. I have to set it up, and a lot of people don't realize I bring the microphone with me because the audio is the one thing that is really tough. The screen can be blurry or whatever, but the audio is the tricky part. And if you're out at a restaurant or something, it's good luck.
I mean, I've done twice. I've done live from the Philly show on Hobby Hotline, and I can't hear. They're trying to answer me questions. I can't hear because of all the noise, and of course I can't hear anyway because I'm old. But and you don't know where you're centered, what they're seeing, and what the signal is like. So yeah, it's definitely a lot harder than it looks. So yeah, but I should give Mike a hard time. He's got to put a little more money into that portable speaker microphone thing. That looked like it was like $12.99 off of Amazon. So
I'll give Ham credit for this though. I appreciate that at least thought to have a thing
in advance. Yep.
Yeah, because Eric, I think we should give credit though. We should give kudos that he actually at least tried. He at least did try, because with the cell phone, like your audio and everything in an environment with music and stuff going on there, the audio is usually going to be garbage.
Yeah.
Like they can't hear you can't hear them. The fact he had anything that was at least able to help us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hear a thing they said.
I will not give Mike Camp credit for anything. You can if you wish.
There you go. It's about settling old scores and defeating foes. That's right, Bob Boozle. You understand the spirit. Indeed. Really nice, genuine guy. Yeah, no, Rick's good. Rick's good.
Totally.
We can have him on. It's always fun.
Yeah.
It's good to have him. It's joining the chat. Carver Moss has been the best fun, guys. I'm off to a big football game now. Enjoy. Now, when you're speaking the football, I'm assuming you mean the Aussie rules, or you're talking about something else?
Where's
or
he
the Soccers?
Definitely the Aussie
He's from the
rules.
Australia. From the Australia.
Yeah. From Melbourne.
Did a good job. Yep. You've done a good job integrating visitors, challenging circumstances. I appreciate you. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it is very tricky. That's the one thing. You can't control it. Like when you're playing it, you would love to be able to, but you have no idea what it's going to sound like. You have no idea what it's going to look like, and you have no idea you cannot control it. I can do little things here and there, but you got to do the best you can with what you got.
Yeah, we did.
But it was
we did that short live from Bobby's booth a couple of years ago. That was, it wasn't easy, but we
love it, Carl. Love it. Enjoy. Have a good time. Enjoy the footy. I like Aussie rules football. That's fun.
Yeah, I watch it sometimes. It's incredibly entertaining.
Yes.
Now, Carl has been, I think, a season ticket holder to the Melbourne team that he follows for like 30-something years, and like it's one of those things where you have to be on a list. You can't just walk in and get seasons. You got to wait. And like there's families involved, and it's a big deal. So
yeah, no, if it wasn't with the time zone thing, I've actually had the streaming thing for Aussie rules. I actually enjoy watching the games. If it wasn't like the time zone thing's a bit tricky because sometimes it's like enough time goes by that you don't get to see the game. It's kind of fun watching the games live. I'm a night owl, so sometimes the games will be on in the wee hours for me, but I can still watch it a little bit. It's actually kind of fun.
Well, I know. So
it's crazy.
I follow Gaelic football also, because of my Irishness. I've actually been to Gaelic football games up in the Bronx. The Sligo team playing the Bronx team. Gaelic football.
Nice.
It's a little different than the Aussie. Well, the Aussie is like a circular pitch.
Mm-hmm.
The Gaelic is a little closer to soccer than the Aussie is.
All right,
anyway,
I like that. So Eric, we had a little bit of a pass through, and again, I didn't create this, but I like the concept. I think we've already got some concept art. I see the vision.
Oh God, Joe Thornton.
I think that's how we know it's you. It's it fits everything. It's right there. It's fantastic. I can see it.
What's with the legs?
Well, listen, Eric is very awkward. It's very gangly. Now you don't know like the scale that bicycle is like about this high.
Oh, it
But
looks
the
like
key is
mud.
that it doesn't have a seat. The key is that it doesn't have a seat.
I noticed.
Also, it doesn't have pedals.
No, it does not.
This has not been a problem for Eric. You think he goes somewhere? You think he gets to? He talks about 50 miles. Dan, is it 50 miles if you never leave the spot that you're in?
Or just straight downhill the whole time? You know, what would have been more appropriate for his height would have been a tricycle. You should have put him on a tricycle.
Well, to be clear, I did not create the original image. I did not. I cannot lay claim.
5'8".
Indeed. Just saying. But no, it's been good. I think we've actually, I will say, Dan, this is truly the most not national coverage we've ever had. Far and away.
Oh, God.
So what we got, Paul, we got Mangini with
at Chillis
like
Joe's.
18 different people. You got Scott and
Brad.
Oh my God, what's his name?
Brad.
What?
Brad.
Who is it? Brad, sorry. And then we got Ham and like 5 different people. So yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, we got a first Scotty B appearance. We had a lot of first appearances, Eric. We had a Scotty B sighting. We had that. That was pretty good. We
also got the first appearance in 5 years of one special Canadian man.
No, Simon's been on sooner than that. It's not been 5 years. And we helped Victor with his important question. Victor had a critical question. Happy to help him with that.
What is he buying for $4.50 at a bar in Chicago? That's got to be a Diet Coke.
Maybe it was a mixed drink. Maybe it was a small mixed drink. Because they're gonna have a specialty.
You're not getting anything.
I didn't say they didn't water it down, Dan. maybe they gave him they looked at the liquor bottle and then put water in it. I don't know what to tell you. You asked Victor. I don't know what he's having. Carfamon says 30 years. Terrific game. If you ever want to fill a couple hours, go to YouTube and look up the 1970 VFL Grand Final. Incredible game where the team came back from 44 back. Nice. Enjoy, Carl. Good stuff. I like that. I was at Sports Card Hall. I know.
This year, this January, it's going to happen.
Don't want it.
It's the constant disrespect, Dan. I keep providing. I defy somebody to point to me a single other live stream on this platform that has produced that we have produced this evening.
I agree. And other content. There was other content.
Setting the bar, constantly setting the bar.
Low, but
we got a Gretzky rookie today.
Show it one more time, Dan. Just put it on there.
We got a Gretzky rookie in the content today.
So that's the tops. So that's the tops, yeah.
That's
a tops, yeah. It's a tops.
Tops. All right.
Tops.
Wide.
Yeah, and I will say though, the one regret I have about the audio situation was that because of the audio situation, they didn't get my Dustin joke, and it was really good.
Twice.
I know. I was trying. If they had heard the brilliance, that it was perfect. Damn. Nope, you missed it. Ham was here.
He was on. Mike was on.
Yep. You missed it. Okay. So we got Ham on there. We took care of that. We got Neo appearance. We got Simon 466. I think though Simon might have been enjoying a soda pop or two because he looked a little glazed. He was like looking at this I don't think he was completely aware of what's going on. Then Ham had to tell him hey, we're live.
You got Mike Petty. Mike Petty. I thought he was.
I know.
He was bad.
We tried.
He thought he was bad.
Well, Paul joined us and said he couldn't do it from there. He was trying to push the button somewhere and it wasn't working for him.
Paul's at a heavy metal concert.
Yeah, so he'll be going to one. It's good. It's good. Let's see here. Top soccer yards, more rare than peaches. Everything's so peachy.
Everything is so peachy.
Yes, it has become too good. I hope you get voted next year into that. No, Zach, that would be the play. If we actually get it, I'll be like, I turned you down.
Yeah, I don't want it. I think no. Begged, pleaded, bribed. No.
Well, Eric, hold on. Just to be clear, as a point of order, when you say bribe, did you actually deliver the bribe, or is this the charity money? You offered a bribe, but it never got there. Is that what's happening?
I'm not here to talk about the past, Carlos.
Wow. Okay. All right. Fine. Be that way.
It's like
you will get in. Yes.
With playing hard to get with a woman. If you're really aggressive, a lot of times they turn you away. But if you play I don't really care that much, sometimes that's the way to get them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think Hobby Champs is nailing this on the head. Now that Eric doesn't want it, Dan, has anyone ever been unanimous? This might actually be it. It'd be Every single one. It's like, wow, every single person who voted put you on. Like,
I can think of some
100%.
people who are not going to vote for you.
We're just not going to count them. I'm gonna deal with this. I'm gonna deal with the Judases involved in that. I will deal with not my favorite person from Philly. We will deal with all these people, and I will get those votes expunged.
Yeah, I can think of some people who are not going to vote for me either, so it's okay.
Expunged. I heard Eric betting Angel Reese on WNBA games. It's true.
The baby giraffe.
I think this one right here, I think it counts right here.
She's the most uncoordinated human being I've ever seen.
I think he's missing.
You've never seen yourself?
Missing one ampersand here.
Same. One more letter. But I think the spirit was there.
Yeah.
Spirit was there. Whole has 4 letters. Mm-hmm. I like this here. I would need to know who you are. This handle doesn't mean anything to me. I appreciate you disrespecting Eric. That was important.
And Amanda stole my phone. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Carlos and Dan have enemies. You sit on a throne of lies. That's right. There you go, man.
Oh,
Greetings from
Hobby
Tiki Bar
Champ.
International. Can't hear anything, but wish
so.
you were here. Hobby Champ, I understand. Like, can you imagine how I'm as shocked as you are? As a man of peace, I do not understand. I just don't understand. Get elected unanimously by 4% of the voters. All we need to do is lower the bar far enough. If we eliminate enough votes, we got this, people. We got this.
You got 35 votes or something last year.
Yeah. Now, Dan, I'm not questioning the fact that there's greatness. But it's like we just can't. There is a ceiling that we have. we may in fact have to lower the threshold number of voters available to help us get to where we need to go. So Amanda says disregard from Deers. I'll have to find out. We'll have to find out who Deers is. Mm-hmm. New York in November. Nice.
Yep. We already
Nice.
talked about this.
Excellent. Good stuff. So, folks, what I'll do is I'll go basically to the top of the hour. I think that'll be good. I'm ready for it's time for snack soup.
I am saying, and once that thing hits midnight, it's good night, Gracie.
Is it though?
Oh, it is.
How do I vote? We'll deal with that. We'll deal with that in due time, Carl. Deal with that in due time.
No, do not vote for us.
No link in the chat. You end up with that.
Oh, by himself. See, Eric, you got to figure out, like, listen, I thought the whole point of this whole cycling thing, other than you crashing and entertaining us, I thought the whole point was to build up stamina. Like, where's the stamina? When does the stamina start?
I have no stamina today.
Clearly.
I'm exhausted.
Go back a couple hours.
My cam's been on already.
Just to let you know, that's Timmy Two Hats.
Ah, why is he deers in my backyard now?
Because he has deers in his backyard. And he came from a place where he did not have deers in his backyard. And now he lives in a place where he does. And he finds it very exciting.
Mm-hmm. I see. Babuzo, this has always been something that has always been a possibility. And I've assumed at some point it would happen. They haven't come up with it yet, but you never know. Who's going to break out from the portable phone soundboard booth for national coverage next year? I know. See, it's a valid question. Get an answer for this, Eric?
I don't know. I don't have the energy for you right now. I'm really tired.
Wow. All the are moving to residential areas so they don't get shot. Mm-hmm. So, with that said, like I said, top of the hour, so a couple of minutes here.
Shit feeds him out of his hand. He's trained the wild deer to like eat out of his hand. It's like a freaking petting zoo in his backyard.
Are you jealous? Like,
I'm just going to come down. I'm going to go down to Tennessee. I'm going to be like, you just hold them still. I'll just hold them still.
Eric, I bet if you fed the raccoons, they would eat out of your hand.
So, you know, two of my kids went to school in Boston recently. They graduated in the last few years. my daughter got an apartment off campus, and we're moving her in, and across the street there was a freaking turkey, literally a wild turkey, running down the street. I'm
They're
like,
everywhere.
what kind of town is this with wild turkeys?
They're everywhere.
Well, we have squirrels.
Well, Dan, they've left certain people in charge, and those are the types of individuals that allow all kinds of wildlife to roam the streets.
Wild turkey didn't look edible, by the way. It looked really grungy. It was like we have pigeons in New York, but they have wild turkeys.
Yeah, they're like those are city turkeys. You don't want to eat those.
No,
this is the
plus
city
probably all
turkeys.
disease and stuff.
Eric Von Angry. I like that.
I can think of some other words.
Well, you know what my favorite part about that is that if you go with the whole Von, it plays in a little bit into a German gimmick.
That's why I did the claw.
That's why I switched the.
Yes.
Just saying. We got to
How
cover.
about Shorty Von Angry?
I'm not sure. I'm average height, 5'8".
Gators in Florida, turkeys. Pronounce it, Eric.
Massix. I can't.
He wrote it out phonetically. This is about right. Sounds about right to me.
Looks good.
I think the X in there is perfectly placed. Perfectly placed.
My tongue hurt when I tried to say it.
I thought you were. I wanted you to try. I assumed you were going to have an aneurysm halfway through. Just like that's it. That's what did it. It wasn't the diabetes. He was trying to pronounce the state's name with the correct phonetic spelling.
The question is, if I was at the National now and having a great time and I called in, would Eric try to remind me of my impending death like he did at Strongsville?
Look, I was surprised he didn't. I was surprised with the distance between them. He didn't try to take more pot shots at Matt from Providence. So it sounds to me, Dan, like I might have to bring in some Matt from Providence. If Eric gets a little uppity, look, I'm not promising you guys anything, but I'm saying if Eric continues to be uppity, because I've been getting a lot of sass from I can't find Ray Bork to give him his money. He's getting all sassy pants now. I might have to get Matt from Providence to deal with this man.
Yeah.
He already dealt with you once, but now it sounds to me like you're wanting this, Eric. You're asking. You're asking. Be very careful. I may be a man of peace, but I also am a man of the schadenfreude. I've been very clear on this matter.
Yes, you have.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
It's 12:02. Say goodnight, Gracie.
So,
All
folks,
right.
great job. Great job in the chat. Appreciate you all hanging out. Good chat tonight. Bunch of folks have been
Chat went
popping
up into the 70s, if I counted
a
correctly.
couple of times actually. A couple of times.
Yeah.
And even towards the end here, we're all close to the 50s. So very strong. Well done.
Yeah.
The SCV guy too, yes. Matt from Providence would get it done. It's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So hopefully you folks enjoyed. We actually got a good cast of characters. Pretty strong representation from folks out at the National. Folks out there at National, enjoy yourselves, have fun. Feel free, imbibe. Right now it's still Chicago is an hour behind me on the East Coast. So right now for them it's only 11 o'clock. It's still early. Get to the beverage consumption. Get to the imbibing. Have a good time. Hopefully Victor figures out the change situation. That's important. Like the change situation in Chicago looks dire. So we're gonna have to figure that out. But good luck to you all. Keep posting your vlogs. Keep posting all these different things. Check that out. That will conclude most of the Not National coverage. If anything really funny happens, I reserve the right before the end of the weekend to post it. If anything really funny happens,
Can I promote my video?
go ahead.
Shameless
promote.
show. This was a great show. On my channel tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, it is my Not National huge pickups. It's all the pickups I've had over the last 6 weeks or so. And there's some good ones. A lot of cards, a lot of vintage, a lot of baseball, one hockey. You've seen it tonight. Dan's Vintage Baseball PC. Can't see it because the chat's in. Chat. It's in. Can't see my name. There we go.
Yeah,
Tomorrow
actually,
morning,
Dan,
8
when I do that, Dan, you can still see your name.
Really?
Yeah, it's there the whole time. Like, oh no, sorry. Actually, you're fine. Yeah. So go ahead. I'll put a link to it anyway, Dan. I'll put a link to it. It's fine. For the replay folks, I'll put a link to it. So
Thanks,
you'll get
Mike.
a chance. And also check out the last episode of Cardboard Cynics. I put a link in the description to it. It was a really good episode. And then the next episode, I've already got some stuff I'm kicking around. I got some ideas. I got some ideas already. We'll see. We'll see what other inspiration.
You a link for something already. I already found something that I found incredible.
Well, that and TJ had some stuff, and also I've caught a couple of things here and there that might be kind of fun. So I'm brainstorming right now. I'm in the brainstorming phase.
Yeah, well, that's usually like in this going into like Monday, Tuesday is when I start to get the stuff together. But yeah, we're gonna record on Thursday, week from yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Folks, enjoy yourselves. Take it easy. Those of you from the Canadians, and there are some of you, especially if you're in Ontario, Monday's a holiday, so enjoy. There will be more videos coming up on the channel. Monday podcast will be back. I did the solo pod this past week, but the next one should be alive like normal. Eric will muster all his forces and find some random cards in the tickle trunk to share with you. Because there's always cards in the tickle trunk. Always. So you got that going for you. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy.